our lives. So I'll give a safety moment about road safety. In particular, this safety moment is focused on our role in road safety. When you are on the road, you are with very many road users. The safety of each one of you on that road is the responsibility of a collective group as you're on the road. So, from the Uganda Police Force annual crime report for 2024 gives us these statistics. As you can see, the Aswa region, Aswa West region, where Gulu is, where we are right now, has registered up to 139 fatalities. These are people who have died from road accidents. 139 is not a small number. People have lost their lives, but it even gets higher. There are very many more serious injuries that come from road accidents, and the number is much greater than that. You can see overall a 4% increase from the 3 years. From the last 3 years, we have a 4% increase in road accidents. 4% seems like it's a small figure, just for 1, 2, 3, 4. But it is 4% of 25,000. 25,000. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 12, 25,000. So all those people have had vehicle crashes. Some have died. Some have been permanently disabled. Some have lost limbs. Some have lost coherence. It is dire. Road safety is our responsibility as a collective. It doesn't happen by chance. It doesn't happen due to bad luck. It doesn't happen for reasons we cannot explain. It happens for reasons we have understood, for reasons we are responsible for reasons we can improve. When an accident happens, there's usually something that led to it. There is a cause, there is an immediate cause, there is a root cause, but above all, most of those causes are due to human nature, human activities, human behavior. So today is a call to each one of us to play your role in ensuring road safety in whatever we do. Play your role, do your part, and we shall have safer roads in Uganda. So some of the things we can do, I've given some of the things we can do as individuals. There are very many ways of reducing accidents on roads, but our focus is on things that we do as individuals. When I say wear a seatbelt, no one puts on a seatbelt for you. Each one of us has to literally strap their seatbelt themselves. So that cannot be given to someone else, cannot be delegated to anyone else. You strap your own seatbelt. Let's build good habits. Every time you sit in a vehicle, strap your seatbelt. That seatbelt usually means the difference between serious injuries, fatalities, and much worse during an accident. If you have your seatbelt on, if you're in the front seat, the seatbelt being locked in is the thing that sends a signal to the sensors attached to the airbags to release in case of an impact. If the seatbelt is not on, the vehicle interprets it that the seat in front there is free, and it will not release the airbag because it believes the seat is free. Please, let's put on the seatbelts. We have road signs like zebra crossings, one way. These are things we take for granted oftentimes. You're used to a road having no one, so when you come, just go through when it has a zebra crossing. You'll go through once, twice, thrice, but then one day, you'll find someone unexpected. Let's ensure that we keep respecting the road signs. If they say there is no way through here, don't pass there. If they say it's a one-way, don't use that road, especially if you have a vehicle. Then we have speed limits. They are usually displayed there in bold font for each one of us to see. There are very many speed limits for different places, to be 30 in one place, 50 in another place, 100 in another place. At whatever place you're at, maintain that speed limit. It's much easier to accelerate a vehicle than to stop a vehicle at a high speed to avoid something. So let's make sure we maintain those speed limits and have safer roads with us. And among other things we can do, we need to avoid distractions like phones or eating. Many of us use border borders, I believe. And very many times we're on a border and the person riding us is on the phone. They put the phone in the helmet and the helmet holds it for them. And we sit comfortably and go. But that is dangerous because you've put your life in the hands of someone who is distracted in a call. If they receive bad news, they will swerve and hit someone. If they get a problem with that phone, it's trying to fall out, they do not want the phone to fall out, they will release the bike so that they save the phone, and this is your life. Let's be vigilant. If you're with someone, if you're on a border and they're on a phone call, please ask them to first finish their phone call, then ride you to wherever you're going. Then we have walkways here, for example, in the city, most of the roads have walkways for pedestrians to use. Let's use those walkways. Let's not be in the roads because the roads have been made for cars, for motorcycles that are high at a certain speed. So let's stay away from those roads and keep our lives safer. And for those who own vehicles, motorcycles, service them. Yes, it can be painful, seems like it's irrelevant, but sometimes that's what saves your life. If those brakes fail when you need them to work, it's your life at stake. Let's service those vehicles and have them in good condition. And finally, to each one of us, let's be examples to the younger generation. We set the trend for what the future generations will do. If we teach our children to do what is right on the road, they will do it better as they grow older, and they will teach it to their children to also do the same. Let's do what is right, drive safely, respect other road users, do not break. You know, kids, they learn so much from us. When you do something wrong, they pick it up right away and start doing it. If we all did better, the next generations would do even better than us. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's give a bigger hand clap. So there are some tips on what we can do differently, because this applies to all of us in our everyday life. So I'm going to give us a brief of why we are here today. So the Uganda National Oil Company, on a quarterly basis, we organize a supplier workshop like this one, where we come and tell you about the oil and gas sector, and specifically what it is that we are doing, what opportunities exist for you to be able to participate. And as we engage, I'll be hoping that if you have any questions, that you'll ask those questions, get the answers, so that by the time you leave here, you have appreciated what the Uganda National Oil Company is about, what opportunities exist, and how you as an individual in the room, you can try and participate in these opportunities. But before we get deeper into our program, I'd like to recognize the presence of our different cultural leaders, our leaders from the local government, the mayor's office. And since we are in Gulu, I would like to have someone from the local government to come and welcome us and give us some opening remarks. The town clerk or the mayor. So let's give her a hand clap as she comes.
Okay, good morning. As far, I'm called Regina Kello. I'm the Deputy City Town Clerk, Gulu City. As per the program, I saw that the person who was supposed to have given remarks His Worship the Mayor, who has just entered in, and therefore I would like to call him to come and give us the opening remarks. Thank you. Gulu City leadership, and on my own behalf, this is a very important engagement where we are discussing on the supplier development workshop. To me, this is a great honor. I can attest this is my first time of having such an engagement. I'm about 9 months old here, so it's not that I've not wanted to attend. We are all aware that the oil and gas sector presents opportunities for Uganda social and economic transformation. But we are also aware that sometimes the things are concentrated in the center. I'm so happy and glad that you chose Gulu City and you've invited all other stakeholders. I presume from, I don't want to narrow it to the oil region, but I can say for all the actually northern region. This initiative aligns with the city development agenda, and that is growth, enterprise competitiveness, and sustainable job creation. And it is not only for our local governments, but only for our businesses. You know, this is a heart of northern Uganda, that is Gulu City, and there are so many other opportunities we can harness from this oil and gas sector. I'm so happy for the inclusion that you decided that today I had the announcement already, and like the whole community was here, business community, and I'm so happy that we are also included in this. Most times, some of these engagements are concentrated in the center. That is Kampala when I talk about the center. And you find that we all here, maybe we benefit in a way, but coming here, I know that there is related development in such sector, that is in roads, maybe hospitality, and we are here. We are ready to take up the mantle. I encourage all the participants today to engage fully, to ask questions, to share experiences, and build synergies, that is partnerships, so that the knowledge and the network we gain today will be a turning point in our businesses and in our daily lives. Once again, I would like to thank Unoc for this initiative, and I wish us a fruitful deliberation. With that, please allow my worship the mayor say something. Thank you so much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to observe the protocol that have already been late. I start by apologizing for coming late. I was for radio program. I finished the radio talk show, then I rush here. Please accept my apology. I would like to take this special moment to warmly welcome the Unoc team to Gulu City. And also I welcome all the participants from all the invited guests who have come to Gulu City. You are all most welcome. This meeting is the most important meeting for us in the city and in the region. You know very well that for long we have been crying that we are not included in the services of oil sector or Unoc. And at least I'm seeing improvement within this year. Unoc have been very active within the region, and almost have attended. This is about the third meetings I'm attending that has been organized by Unoc within this year alone. And I really commend you for that. Thank you for that engagement with the community. And I believe that is not going to stop like this. Frequent engagement like this is very important for our people, for our region. Please keep it up. I also like to request Unoc to have a special consideration for business community that are coming from northern Uganda. We are not on a level ground. And I think if you go and look into your supplier list, you may find that not even 10% of the suppliers you have are coming from northern Uganda. That talk by itself, because of various reasons, our people here need more sensitization and even need direct technical support. Not only sensitization, because the businesses that people have been doing in the regions is not yet up to that standard or levels compared to other regions. So you need to go with them and on small so that they can know how to enter your data system. And I also appeal that the local content should be considered a lot. Sometimes when we come here, we speak language that people may not understand it well. And when you organize a meeting like this with our women in the market, vendors, sometimes you need even to go with the local language and translate it into the other language that others can understand. Because we may come here, we talk a lot of good things, but if it's not broken down to the business person down there, the communication barrier may hinder that communication. Otherwise, all of us, including me who is here, I'm very eager to enroll today. And I wish the steps can be simplified for us so that we go back when we know that we already enrolled as suppliers with the Unoc. I would like to encourage Unoc to invest very heavily in this region, especially with the business community. I know you can do that in various ways, even if it needs sponsorship to take them for benchmarking. Assuming somebody is supplying vegetables, and you want somebody from here to supply vegetable, this boardroom meeting here is not going to help that person. Can you organize those one who are interested maybe to supply vegetable to go and see the other established supplier? How does he do his things? Yeah, because by seeing it, they can learn better than talking here when we are talking from here, so that they meet that standard that you may require. Somebody who is maybe supplying meat, beef, take these people who are intending to supply beef to go and benchmark, see by their own eyes how the quality of preparation is, so that they appreciate and they do exactly what you expect them to do. Otherwise, they may not satisfy your quality because of the gap that may be there if you leave them to do this alone. On the local content, I also encourage you to recruit the local people here more. I don't know, because of, not because of other things, but cultural content and understanding is very important. In all your sector, you recruit more people, have it a balanced way from all different regions, so that when you come to that region, they understand themselves better, they understand their people better, and they can communicate to help you better. And people will communicate better when they are talking to their own, because of communication and culture itself. Otherwise, somebody may be talking because of cultural differences. You may not understand them, or you may may mistake them. I hear that oil is starting next year. This one must come also very clear, because we have been waiting for this oil for so long. And we want to test, to also enjoy this money from oil. I want you to come out also very clear and tell us, when are we going to start enjoying our oil money? Yes, we are just here eagerly waiting to start using that money. Yeah, and I know the community will support all the initiative of the government to make sure that these oil resources are put into good use. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to bore you. I don't want to talk much, because I know there are very many good programs here. I request Unoc to do more of corporate social responsibility as well to our cultural institutions and to our local governments and to our community. As I conclude, I would like to bring you good news about Gulu City Oktoberfest. People might have heard from radios, from friends, relatives, and the rest, but now you are hearing it from me. This is a multicultural event. We are expecting about 30,000 people to attend, locally and internationally. This event is a city festival. Under the name is given that Oktoberfest. You have heard about Kampala Festival, you have heard about Barara Festival, and all the cities have festivals. This is the first edition. All our preparations is going on very smoothly. We are left with just basically about 2 weeks for the event. On the 6th, we shall start with the marathon. We call it Mayor's Marathon. In the evening, we have a dinner here at Bomah. On the 7th, we have opening ceremony where we are inviting the president to come and open. On the 8th, we have two things. Business conference, whereby Gulu City will present its investment plan of the city, and actually will present actually business profiles to all the guests who are there. Then in the underground, we shall have 24 tribes in Uganda will be exhibiting their cultural dances and their cultural things that they have. That is cultural gala. On the 9th, in national celebration, independent. On the 10th, we shall be having motor rally and tourism excursion. People will be going to Kidepo, Fort Patico, Aru Falls, Amoro Hot Spring, Guruguru, musicians, and others. So I invite you to come and participate in whatever way you can. Those who want to sell goods, please, booking of the stall is there at 50,000 for the all 1 week. Just a nominal contribution to support the organizing committee. I beg to stop here. Otherwise, I wish you all a good deliberation during this workshop. With this, I declare the workshop is now officially open. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's give him a much bigger hand. Thank you so much. So to put your fears at rest, the oil money we have already started. That is what we are already enjoying even as we sit here. But as we go through the presentations and we get to see an update on all the projects, you'll be able to appreciate the massive opportunities that have already been in place, but even those that are upcoming, so that you can prepare yourself. Now, the goal of these supplier workshops is, for one, to tell you what opportunities exist, but also to tell you the things that you need to do in order to prepare yourself so that you can take advantage of these opportunities. So without getting into some of the presentations that are coming, I'm going to now invite, because one of the biggest reasons why a lot of our suppliers don't participate is we do not know what are the requirements. How do we get into the ability to supply? So our next presentation is from the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, who are the regulators of our sector. And this presentation is going to give you an update on some of the projects that are already happening, but then he's also going to take you through the requirements that are needed for you to be able to register and participate. Now, for this entire week, for these last 2 weeks, we've been in the region. We spent the whole of last week in Noya supporting businesses to register. And this week we've spent the week in Gulu. And even after this workshop in the afternoon, we'll have the team available so that they can help you if you are ready to be able to register or start the process of how to register so that you can be able to be eligible to supply the sector. So I welcome Mr. Simon Ojilong. He's going to take us through the presentation from the Petroleum Authority of Uganda.
Good morning, everyone. I think they mentioned my name. Allow me right on the protocol already established. I bring you greetings from our Executive Director, Mr. Ernest Rubondo. He sends his greetings to you and the entire management. They would have loved to be here, but because of other meetings, they have been caught up. But we hope next time they will be around. I will take you through the presentation of the sector. I don't know whether it's ready. Okay. Feel at home. I want you to enjoy the day, get the information, share with others who are not here, so that we're all informed. As we wait for technology, technology is about to come. It's not beating us, it's just delaying us. So just to start up, as the project comes on, just take you through what the Petroleum Authority is all about. We monitor and regulate compliance in the oil and gas sector. We have 3 government bodies that people always confuse. That is the Ministry of Energy, that is responsible for the policy formulation. Okay, and then we have the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, responsible to monitor and regulate the compliance in the oil and gas sector. And then we have the Uganda National Oil Company, Unoc, that is responsible for the business arm of the government. So our role at the authority is to make sure that we monitor and regulate the oil and gas sector. In our, okay, thank you. I think now we are on. Can you move it for me? Okay, we can move next. That's okay. Okay, I was explaining that slide of part of us. So I've already finished what the ministry is, Petroleum Authority of Uganda, Unoc. So this other side, you're seeing the policies. So here, some of the policies governing the sector, where we're having National Oil and Gas Policy 2018. You have the different acts that formulates the authority. Okay, we'll dwell in that. We have the midstream, the East African crude pipeline special, the different regulations, the host government agreements. So these are all what we use when we're doing our monitoring and regulation. Okay. Okay. Next. So here we just want to give you a brief of the projects being regulated. Now we have the exploration, petroleum exploration side of it. So here we have, these are some of the areas, licensed areas that exploration is taking place. We have the Ngasa shallow well that is managed by Oranto. Now, and after the bit that the Kanyatava and the Taburu, these two have been stopped. Their licenses expired, so it's back to government. And I am sure the minister will talk about it in case there's an opportunity for another licensing round. It might be also announced. So investors are here. In case it comes up, please take advantage and also participate in these licensing rounds. Kasurban is here, where Unoc has also taken. Now, Unoc has two parts. Someone might ask, but also the SL license, see how. Now, Unoc being a business arm, they also entered into exploration. So they have a license to handle the Kasurbani. I am sure they will come later on to tell you more about it and the opportunities under it. So this is just a map to show you where we are, these areas, the licensing areas. Here, this is the Kanyataba and Gasa. They're all along the Lake Albert. Can you move next? So, as we continue to regulate and monitor, we have the key upstream projects. That's the Tilenga, operated by Total Energies. In Tilenga, currently we have 3 rigs currently running. They're drilling. And so far, we have drilled 148 wells. That's good progress. And we have an estimated investment cost of 7 billion. See how it's a big project. That's the money we were projected we are going to be investing. So on the other side, also still under upstream, we have the Kingfisher project, where we have, it's operated by Unoc Uganda Limited, and it has 4 wells, 4 oil wells, fields, and we have 1 rig currently. For them, they're using 1 rig. It's drilling, and we have so far drilled 16 wells as of now. But however, we had drilled 4 before when we were doing a testing. We had drilled 4 to make it 20. So in that project, we estimate 2 to 2.5 billion. So that's how we are moving. To continue with the areas, we have the commercial side, where we're having the ECOP. I don't know whether we have heard about it. They're the ones who are responsible to construct the pipeline that will transport our oil, our crude oil from Uganda. That's from Kabale to Tangi. That's in Tanga. That's in Tanzania. So we have an estimated investment of 4.5 billion. And so far, the update is that we have welded 120 kilometers. They're welded, and we're buried about, in overall, about 84 kilometers. So we weld and buried them down, about 84 kilometers. And on the other side of our counterparts, that's Tanzania, who are partnering with us, we have about 566 kilometers welded. So we're having good progress. On the side of the refinery, I know we have heard about the refinery. We also, the government thought it wise that it's not, we should also think of ourselves. You know, when you're cooking food at home, when you have visitors, at times you also think, okay, let's leave also the home people to eat something. Okay, don't serve everything, but leave something for the home people. So government thought that having a refinery so that we have our own product. We have an estimate of 60,000 barrels per day. Okay, so now the government said, why don't you have part of it also being refined in Uganda, where we have our own petrol, we have our own diesel, we have our kerosene, among other byproducts that will come from the refinery. So we have, I'm sure Unoc also will give us more of this. So we have this, and we have about 4 billion estimated cost. That project take about that, and we're happy. And we have a contractor already on board, Alpha, MBM, is already on board, doing the feasibility studies, trying to make sure that they are also getting ready. Okay. On the other side, we have the liquefied petroleum gases. So we also have that in the future, I think after some time, we'll also begin producing the gas. You know, we are promoting the use of gas. We're going, nowadays, the environmental team will tell you, let's stop charcoal burning. So I am sure in time to come, we will celebrate the country. So this is just a map representing what's ongoing, how we are, where we are. Next. Okay, now, in oil and gas at the authority, there are key areas we regulate. That's national content, environment, cost. So now one of the things here, advanced production. So one of the things here we are trying to bring to your attention is about national content. So what's national content? In national content, our aim is to see value created, okay, in the economy through the use of Ugandan goods and services, through, of course, now when you're looking at the value, you're looking at the employment of Ugandan workers, you use the Ugandan goods and services, but also this should be provided by Ugandan citizens and Ugandan enterprises. So you and I, this is where we belong. This is where our companies come in. This is our children, our brothers, our sisters come in to provide a skill set on as part of employment. Okay? So now, why do we regulate national content? Okay? So we want to create some lasting value. We want to make sure that there's some value retention. You know, the project is being headed, and you know, this is it's a new project. We're just starting it, and also want to say that how do we benefit as a country? We have not used the word local content, we are using national, because it's a national resource. So all of us have to benefit. You'll be surprised, you see today we're in Gulu, tomorrow might be another place. That's what we call national. So the authority is really trying to regulate this and make sure that there is human capacity development, and also we have competitiveness in the enterprises. We are going to talk about the National Supplier Database, where we're going to talk more about the enterprises, and you see how do you get to benefit, how should you position yourself to make sure that you also partake what's on the ground. So in national content, we focus mostly on issues of employment, making sure the Ugandans are employed. That's our key pillars. Capacity building. We have use of Ugandan goods and services, technology transfers through joint ventures. We encourage you to make joint ventures with the foreigners so that we have the technology, we have now the knowledge to handle. At a certain point, we can handle our own project. Next. So this is just to give you a highlight of the regulations that's under national content. What brings up, you can see regulation 11 of national content, just brings us just a highlight of the National Supplier Database, what it does. I think we will talk it in the next one. It's just a highlight of the section 124, 25, talks about the joint ventures, what it takes you to form a joint venture, why should you form a joint venture. We'll talk about it ahead there. Next. So now, the main thing here, because our focus is how do we benefit. Now the regulation or the act establishes the authority and says that the authority should set up a national supplier database, a central database for all suppliers who are willing to supply the oil and gas sector. So now, the NSD, National Supplier, comes in here to answer that, make sure that you have a database where all the licenses will be picking, the subcontractors will be picking from to make sure they supply the oil and gas sector. Now, the bit of it with this that once we register you, your validity is for 3 years. So if you qualify today, you're going to be in the database for 3 years. On the same date or same time you're qualified, you will drop off, and then you will be able to reapply, showing willingness by reapplying so that we put you back, and if you want to be there. Then also here, of course, when it expires, that this is the link. This database is online. Yesterday I was on radio and I think people were scared. They said, now if you live here, how do we register? Please take note of this link. It is online. You can access from wherever you are. Even foreigners do register. Foreigners also do register. So you can access from wherever you are. It is an open producer. So I want to take you through the requirements. Can you make it? Okay. The key requirements. Now, under NSD, we have two types. You have a company incorporated with URSB. You have a company, which is an NGO registered with the NGO Bureau. You have an association of a group of people who have come together to do business. You have a club, people coming together with the same idea. So here, now here, these are some of the requirements. I don't know whether it's clear, producer. Please make it a bit clear. So, are we able to see? No. Please, Isaac. Okay, that is clear now. Now, we have tried to break here into two, so that it's a bit more clear. Now, if you're a company, we are going to ask you a bank reference letter. Why do we ask you for a bank reference letter? In the oil and gas sector, we no longer deal with the cash. We don't pay you cash like how it used to be. I'm sure local government by then. Papa Mayor will attest to that. That those days, when you're supplying local government, you will come to procurement office and they give you the money, cash, and then you walk away with your envelope. But now we have gone far away from that, that this money, for us to track it, you must be paid to your account. So that there is no way you might take the money and you say, no, I wasn't paid. But now when it's put in your account, it's easy to. So we ask you for a bank reference letter. Now some people don't have accounts, but we are just this requirements here is prepare you for in case you are going to get the oil and gas tender. These are the same things they will ask you. So for us here, we're preparing you in advance. Do not say we're stressing you. No, we're just preparing for what you are about to face, what we are going to ask you when you're going to apply for any tender. So then also, certificate of incorporation or registration. Now this shows that this is a formal company. A formal company is the one that is registered by the URSB. That's according to the, you remember you have the Companies Act. So you need to register it with URSB, so we ask you for that, certificate of incorporation. Another thing we ask you is the tax clearance address to the Petroleum Authority of Uganda. And there is our team. Now, we all know that when you're doing business with URA, a taxation is always addressed to the specific body that requires it. Okay? Now, why do we ask for tax clearance? Tax compliance is one of our key, because revenue collection is also part of us. We also want to add up to the basket. So we want to make sure that we are getting compliant companies who are abiding by our laws, because in Uganda, we have the tax compliance issues. We don't have tax audits in our times, though we get them. But for us, we pay taxes that we increase on our GDP. Now, when you look at social security, NSSF, now here, we employ people, and we want at the end of the project, they also benefit. They go back and say, okay, this is what I benefited, okay? And then the URSB annual returns, or memorandum of article of association. Now, here, it is either the URSB annual returns or memorandum. Now, here, if you're above 1 year, that's when you provide the URSB annual returns. If you're not, you provide the other. Now, the other part is the individual. Now, the individual part is very easy, because I have my business, I have my rentals, I do not own a company. For me, I am a consultant, so we ask you for a police letter of good conduct. So police will just have to acknowledge and say, Simon is a Ugandan, he's a resident of Gulu, he's a known person, he has no criminal case, and then just that. Of course, we ask for the national ID and passport or passport. National ID confirms that this is a Ugandan person. You're part of the country. Then a brief write-up about yourself. And then also we ask you for a bank reference letter. So this other side is just showing you the website. This is how it looks. This is how the website looks when you log in. So for you, when you put this link, you come here and say, I want to log in and sign up. Now here shows the buyers. People who are giving tenders are called buyers. Okay? And then the suppliers are here. Now these suppliers, once you're qualified, you automatically appear here. So when an advert is put up, this is where it will be. Okay? You'll be able to view it from wherever you are. We can continue. Now, we discussed about technology transfer. That's where the JVs come in, the joint ventures. Okay? Now, the regulation is very clear that for you to form a joint venture, there are key aspects that lead you into a joint venture. Okay? One is that the Ugandan company, you will enter into a joint venture with another due to maybe technical aspects, financial competence. Now, we all know that this project is big. At times, it has the financials is about heavy for us. The financial margin is heavy for us. So if we are unable to finance, we get a partner who will finance and work together. Now here, we will ask you to document what each partner will do. You will say company A will do ABCD, company B will do ABCD. Now, the beauty is that the law protects a Ugandan company, that you should have not less than 48% stake in that joint venture. That means that if you're going to a joint venture, it's 48 and above. See how we're protected. You don't say that, no, I'm giving you 20% or 10%, no. It's not less than 48. So you can have, our minimum is 48. So you can have above or 48, okay? So now, you write to us, you write to the ED, a letter requesting for JV approval, and then also you either you incorporate with URSB or you enter to an agreement where you sign and say, this party will do ABC, this one will do ABC, you get a lawyer, and then you both parties sign it, okay? You highlight. Now, the beauty with the JV is that it's targeting a specific scope of work. For example, if I'm going into construction, if you're going to do construction, so you will enter into a JV and say, I am going to with maybe a Chinese company, and I'm going to do construction. So in that construction, there are some aspects that are ring-fenced for Ugandan companies. For example, construction itself is ring-fenced, but now there are aspects of financing. You'll say you do the financing, but me as a Ugandan company, I'll provide the sand, I'll provide the aggregates, I'll provide the bricks. Now just imagine a Chinese company in a joint venture says, I'll provide the bricks, the sand. You see, yet we have the capacity to provide such services, okay? So mostly, we look at the defense services that are only for Ugandans. For example, transport, construction, waste management. We have catering, hotel. Those ones still, there are about 16 of them that government saw it, and so they say that this can be offered by Ugandans. Now, but at times, if there is no capacity, then a few of them, joint venture is allowed. You can do a few. But also now, we are moving into the technical part of production, whereby, yes, we have no technology, no knowledge about it, but we are allowed to go into a joint venture with an experienced company that will help us understand how to do it. So that in the next phase, we can also do it ourselves, okay? Next. So now, how can a Ugandan company participate? Okay. So here we are trying to encourage, how do we recommend to enhance community participation? So we are trying to increase awareness about formulation of GVs. Last week we're in Noya, and here you can see this photo shows you we had E360 explain the people of Noya, the companies on joint ventures, how to formulate a joint venture. And it was so fruitful, because that's where now we're moving. If we cannot work alone, let's work together. If you can't work alone, get a partner to work with, okay? So we're in Noya explaining to them the importance of having a joint venture. Of course, yes, we need to support and formulate strengthening the suppliers associations. If you have a group of farmers, come together, join hands. Now, we have in Telenga, at your neighborhood, we have MSL. That does a food supply. They provide food and camp management for Telenga camps. So, and they have always market days in Noya and I think in Pakach, whereby they go to farmers, they collect the food from them, and then they take it to the camp. Now, let's take that advantage. Let's get to know who are these people. Where is the collective center? You also live here, Gulu. Go there, get to know who's responsible, so that you see how you sell your cows, sell your tomatoes, your avocados, because all those foods and your eggs, okay? Because there's always a collective center in Noya. So take a step and move there and see those groups, so that you're also involved, okay? Also, there's an issue with financing. We know as a country, we're having financial issues. So through our linkages forums, we have tried to see that we discuss with the bankers, we have involved with the banking sector, financial institutions, make sure that they work together. They also try to make finances available for the suppliers. Yes, I've talked about the linkages. Now, also other linkages, no, you see at times we might focus on oil and gas sector, and then we forget other sectors. Now, working together will help us grow together. For example, in Telenga side, we have most of the park. At the park, we have some wells there. We have some parts at the park. Now, if you're going to do, for example, a tourist has come in, and you will see a rig, you will need to ask, but what is that? What's happening here? You get. Now, when we work together, we're able to explain. Now, you see, you're bringing someone unexpected to work at the rig site, but also is looking at the animals. So that's the linkages we have. We look at the road sector. You know, the roads are being improved. We have seen the oil roads all over. They're being improved so that the access is clear. The access is not only for the oil and gas sector, but also to the market. We're able to sell our goods and services, okay? Another thing is we have talked about the partnerships. I told you we're Noya trying to advocate, trying to tell people to work together. Okay, if you can't do it alone, let's work together so that we achieve, okay? Next. So this is the continuation where we're also trying to sensitize people, disseminate information on what is happening in the sector. We'll also continue to, now we also encourage contractors to be transparent. I heard Papa Mayor saying that they need to see more representation from the northern side. So one of the things on under national code is we're also trying to foster and make sure that there's equal participation. But also for us to foster that, as we're trying to advocate for that, you also do your part by registering, so that we also say, there's this list of companies, can you please try it? Now, there's no way we can also advocate for you when for you just stayed there, we have not registered. Please take your part, and so we also continue doing our part. Okay, so now we have what they call the Industry Enhancement Center. The Industry Enhancement Center does the training of the local enterprises. It's in Kololo. There are a lot of training companies in various fields, procurement bidding procedures, giving you more information. So they always advertise, they always call people to come for these workshops. Once you see the advert, please come and listen in. Information is the key. You know, when you hear something, you take it up and see how it works for you. Okay? Next. Okay, thank you. I think we have ended there. But just in conclusion, let's start now. Okay? Let's take a step to make sure we register on the NSD. We are here to support you. But also we have what they call National Oil and Gas Talent Register, which registers the talents. On the other side, if you've gone to school, you have a certificate, you're senior 4, you're senior 6, you're university. Now we register in that system. At times, the companies pick, they post their jobs. For those who are seeking jobs, they post their jobs, but it's your role to take it up and make sure you apply for it. Now, I want to put a disclaimer here. These systems, it's not that at times people say you put me in your system, but I haven't gotten any contract. Now, our role as a regulator is put you there. Your role as a company, as an individual, is take a step, take a move to look for these adverts. These adverts are put on newspapers, they are put on the websites. So we shall also take a step. We are going to be sending people these adverts so that you go and apply. So take a step, start it, and then you see what the results will be. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's give Simon a bigger hand clap. So at this point, I'm going to invite another Simon to help us first to highlight some of the key things that have been presented so far in the local language so that all of us in the room are able to understand, because we want to ensure that by the time we leave here, everyone has appreciated the messages that are being shared. So let me request Simon to come and give us a brief of what has been presented so far.
For Chuba, Chomabe, down at the side though. Joe can cook breakfast. One no one way. For him attack, and yeah, Simon. A look at Simon Peter. Pay Dr. Cheba, and Oka Gonyo Lock Mugowie. Anati Radio Mega. Where a chuck lock Mala did mail law. Kachoka in the wing. Kachoka in the Luakmo Guarakan. Kachoka in it toilet ye me conyo. Dano magetimu biachar ma pat menungu ngech e kom kit magiromo nungu coin me oil and gas madong tibot welo bu Uganda kind dong ki lok paladit kintu Kenneth ma enti loyal national content bot Uganda National Oil Company jolo dano dujo doko wajani chunya yompi won me beru kind tutwale waka chere lok paladit mea Deputy Town Clerk ko cha ko lok ma mege chi yonge me to gi o chot en bo tio ko mege ma bere da ma po to twal da ko waju ni neno pa Unoc ruate ki neno pa Gulu ma chalu city ikit me dong lobo ne ki dong tie lo ko lo bia chara ma pat la dit me waju ni imeti ipo won lo business community me jalu chawo wu ki dong dir ma pat ma wunu tikede me beru tie tienne donc igwara ma tienne chunye be beru yom chale la dit mea men neno ni lu business communities mageti Gulu city ki ka beru ma rumu Gulu city wa matiano ne menongo coin ki I oil and gas madong dulme Unoc ki Petroleum Authority of Uganda gen go tare ka go kele ni ma tienne community mai ko malme Uganda gudong chen pe pero ma wun wew ngeo watika yele wero en wajuni ground ne petit leveled tutwale ka requirements mugo tie ma mete wekini doñ in national supplier database jimi mugo tie nongone dugudong tek tutwal ci eno lego ne ka twere Unoc ki dul me Petroleum Authority of Uganda kong gu wek tolo ben ma yom manonok pe konyo luak kidong en beno lego ni katwere mier ki mi technical support bien keneno kit me chone in national supplier database naganen winyele dit Simon Peter ber katieto ne kit ma iromo chone kede koni chamo abi poiwi la dit me beno lego ni kit ma ground ne petit level nyodi bane petit ma rome lu business community matiano tiano magi aki ko maleme Uganda kimi ki gen kare me chero ilim mano wera luong ni exchange visit pangu ka le mo ne rwate ket mal man o mier no kat kede but wek gu chet gu nen lu wot gi magitie e kaberu mu kanani giti ka timo ni ning ngo ma gen gu timo gu chako gi kwene pero magu gono ki iye gu lwenyi iye ni ning meno bi konyo lu business communities tutwal may Gulu ga kany kidong bene eno lego ni katwere dulme Unoc ka chel ki pau unyo Petroleum Authority of Uganda kago yubo kode gwara machalo kit ene peu gire bodrum kany ke ken katwere geno chetwe te dero ichuk matino tino chalo chuk ba dege chuk la yibi chuk wi god chuk adiet kenyo kama migi magitimo biachara matino tino lu chat nyanya lu chat watermelons gi tungulu gi nyo generally jo magiti kum vegetables wek bene gen gunong kony ene nuki logo i leb magen gin yang kidong kaka ene bene ki wek leb me pajo bene rupe diere mara tamo ene da tika yele metimune kidong gen makiluoni corporate social investment nyo corporate social responsibility man tij mogo ma Unoc ki Petroleum Authority of Uganda gitimo madong naga nen i winyo ladit Kenneth obereka lore ye tije mi mogo madong gitika timune chalo loko kaberu ma rumo wanyo go green campaign man pieto yen schools kidong mea be lego ni guti ki chalo cultural institutions chalo ke kwara choli kiji mukene mapol ikin lok ma mea giko kede la diro lego ni imeti keli ukwana mabe ni watiki yub me October Fest kitma iwinyo yub mogo time Kampala chalo Kampala Festival gini me Gulu City bodwa wabeluone October Fest ma bekelo luak ma ke ribu welge riba e biako ni romo o dano ma romo aliba ye piara de kolo magi ube bedi Gulu City kany pe kar ma lacha deda ma jimi ma polo betime ye roto kaberu mugo ma rumuwa cheria Ru Falls Masishon Falls cheria Moro Hot Spring Kidepo National Park Fort Patero kidong limo jimi mugo ma pola ta mati bodway ko malame lu Uganda kan jimi mugo jalo piem ngwech ki mutaka bo beberu tie kidong Mayor's Marathon man ngwech madit pa mabe choko mayors o duju nyo LC3 chairpersons duju me lu Uganda gi beberu kan kidong kaki makaro piara rio wi angwen kulo gi beberu tie e ka undergrounds ka nyoto kit mete kwar ma mege kit mati kede dok ngo ma gen gitimo so ene mete ti ki chaw man me luongo dano duju me bino dok e wech woni machalo la business community pien eni tie platform metimo exhibit okay tie ka nyoto jemi ma initi kede ma bere da kone chwe adera kone beru ngat me payo pany e kuoyo boy timo ngo eno ni weng ini bin kitiki miu space wel ma yot chelinga li piara beach keken pe chabera chele oni weng en chi kom chelinga li piara beach enoni dong eno lego ni mieti waj ni ka choke ino yape were winyo la dit Simon Peter Ojilong o NA ki bodul me Petroleum Authority of Uganda dong la dit Simon wiye ma eno berka wachne ene ni machalo Petroleum Authority of Uganda gen gitiu ka chel kidul mukande ma pat chalo Uganda National Oil Company kidong Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development but pol padano gimaro gwenyu ken tich pa joni machalo Unoc gen gineno tam pagamente me biachara nyo business arms pagamente iloka oil and gas Petroleum Authority of Uganda gitie jomadoro tich pa jomatika atotomo ilobo Uganda nyo gitimo gena kilone regulation wek pedong giti ki mo ki bala onyo lemon wajini sustainable use Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development gen genano loka check onyo policy formulation so mena ye wiye ngo madule ne gen gitimo donc neno ikin joma gitika totomo Uganda watieki Total Energy Exploration and Production Uganda magitika titwale itilenga project kadong dulma kilwoni Sinok gitie i Kingfisher but tutwale amira lore kom tilenga project pa Total Energy Exploration Uganda magitie inwaya onye Masishon Falls National Park kibot site men Bulisa gen mukenda mabene nyop jomukenda matika neno lokomo ena ye dulma kilwoni East Africa Crude Oil Pipeline nyo ICOP makumbeti dongu yubo line memo maromo kilometers aliba chel ki mia ngwen ki wiye peda mako mukende mabe bara liba chel mia ngwen ki gimone man me chwalo mo magitoro gine ilobo Tanzania kama don kilore iye but giti gigano duju ni kename mwaka manyen dwema bichel no mo me Uganda do yabo katiogo iromo penyu wini en mo ni mono pini ana chel don ki romo nungo ne nyoge romo toto ne maromene la dito waju ni at least gano gitie ni liters maromo ali piara bichel 60,000 barrels, okay? Pe ni ana chel ki iromo penyu widong ni pingo gen gitika katimu gena kilone regulation onyo gimero ni national content obed gen mapiera tek me chel lokatich me rio di roma nyen nyo technology kadong anywele me lobu Uganda gitiki qualification money pingo yenda kamete chigam down ki wako kun ngato money system kanyo ki database nyurni entiki qualification money maramo timu gen enone angiyo koni la peny bibino dong ipi company ite national supplier database je mugo tie mamete wiye summarizing kile mono but wangiyo ni jimi chalo karataj me bank nyo bank reference letter tunya yombene aneno lo members mogo me banks gite kan tutwale Stanbic Bank kone gwaka chamo gitete wa kit reference letter ngo magen gimiyo bot companies magitika teach certificate of incorporation mane ni kit mano yabo ke the company ma mekune Uganda Revenue Authority begitiki teach loka tax clearance kidong miere bed jo mai chulo National Social Security Fund onyo NSSF palutichi mane gamo clearance kibot en NSSF kidong karataj ma akibot dulme Uganda Registration Services Bureau pi ina chili lich gino moni tie kilone certificate of good conduct police miero mini warga mo ma nyurni at least bero ngat mo ma kire pedak bera gurisio nyetimu jemi mabe jemi chalo national ID no meta ni bene bed kede at least CV ni do weka ngat mo no bino ni watika metro accountant no nyurni in bene tiki ngech ikom accounting ki of course me bank bene nyo bank reference letter kadong me macher kalor ne kede Machalo Petroleum Authority of Uganda gen gimero ne dano magitie ilobo Uganda kakany enitie national content nye lobo Uganda kolo gitika choko chwinya nywele me lobo Uganda ni keti company me lobo Uganda miera odony i gana kilwoni joint venture nyo riba pian dugu takba la bolle ke kete chalo Bomah hotel kubete ge yubo workshop en mawano ti yene dek no miera ki cham Bomah hotel gitwer bede ger gi gwako gwan gi kamo eno pegi furu nyanya pegi furu cabbage gi pege gi poro la bollo so yin made ti establish la fu la bollo made furu la bollo yinde ripe ka chel ki Bomah ni Bomah kan yano ma ni da par bor you nok tigi gen nyu Bomah bino bor ni wano mero Irish maromo kilograms piara beach ni yano makuman so eno ni ket ma wono romo ripe kede kidong wek ini don bene companies me lobo Uganda kimi amni miera uyele beno bet konki ngej mo manok metimo gimoni enone la bole ka otimo chalo welding miera ngej me welding mo miera betie bene ke mapat ki enone ker me chene pian jimi ene pe nyo raw materials ma initiu ke ene pe bieno me nono chene tie mano mete kopodiro nyo transfer of knowledge kayende kelo lo wore pere tiko mete gen otik ber ka tij bore at some point mier wek gen bene gubet pe gi ken gi recommendation ma megi ke neno gi beri noya watiki companies mago ripe nyogo toro biachar ma megi odujula ka chel ma weko kit metij ma megi tika word ma be don gen gi bedo kany pe chabet maroma chel kolo gi bedo noya district kama gi rwate ki dul ma pol ma pat kidong tine gen giti kany ma yapo dogola bod dano dujo chi atamo wiye ka gwaka nen mo da kalo chiende ponki wibe mano no kenyo ngio le mono be ke winyu maduong tutwal cha kene wi romo rupe o manok adada. And also, I know when I sit down, I may not have, okay, maybe I will come back later to help and translate a few things. But in just 1 minute, I am also privileged, Kenneth, to say that I represent the face of Insurance Regulatory Authority in Northern Uganda. And okay, in a nutshell, I am an insurance ambassador. And as a business person, I will tell you insurance is very important. It's something you cannot run away from. And you'll allow me, Kenneth, to call my colleague Swaibo to at least in just 1 or 2 minutes to tell people about the existence of the Insurance Regulatory Authority in Northern Uganda and what they do and why it is important for you as a business person. Because to save your business, for example, if you're in welding and, okay, maybe welding, your business is prone to fire outbreak. And Swaibo, just 2 minutes at least for people to know about the existence of the authority in the region. Thank you very much.
The mayor, assistant RDC, I think we've met. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Protocol observed. My name is Swaibu Lubega. I work with the Insurance Regulatory Authority of Uganda, and we are based in Gulu. That is covering Lango, Choli, West Nile, and part of Karamoja. We are so glad as an authority to have met the suppliers. As Simon has said, I'm going to begin with one simple question, a very simple one. Who knows what is going to happen 2 minutes after now? Or who knows what is going to happen as you're sloping down, going for lunch or tea or whatever? So the uncertainties are there. We need to protect what we are doing. As suppliers, the goods that you are, if at all you are successful, the goods you are to supply, put them in a truck from wherever they are, there is no certainty that they will reach safely where they are going. Okay? So as IRA, as an authority, that's where we come in to advise as our core mandate of ensuring awareness about insurance. The misconceptions and the perceiving we've been having, which is a negative, people thinking that insurance is only for the rich people, insurance is only for a certain class of people, that notion is wrong, gone. And that's why the authority decided to decentralize and have regional offices, where if at all you have any question regarding insurance, if you have any issue to do with an insurance company, you feel that these people are not giving me service I need to have, the authority is open. The offices, we are on plot 13 Samuel Door Road. To come, you are free to come in and make any inquiries at any moment. But I would like to encourage that we need to protect what we value. If it is a business, the opportunities, I've seen the theme coming out to the communities. I want to thank Pau for really thinking about the local people. And for the 1 year I have been in Gulu, 1 year, there are so many opportunities that are available, very many opportunities. But we've only been lacking that knowledge. There's been a knowledge gap, which the authority is now coming in to try to bridge and make sure that our people do benefit from these services, which they think are for a certain group of people, which is indeed not right. So as suppliers, as the community, please protect what you value. It can be your husband, it can be your business, it can be your phone, it can be your health, the education of your children, etc., etc. Anything that is of value, anything that is of value needs to be insured, because we do not know what is going to happen tomorrow. I've only been given a minute. I want to thank you so much for the opportunity. Our office is open. You can drop in at any time. I only want to share the office number, as maybe some of you are too busy. You might not have the time to go to to the office, we have got a line that is always on from Monday to Friday, 8 to 5 p.m. It is 0770 74 74 again 84. 0770 74 74 84. We shall be glad to receive you, and we shall be glad to respond to any of the queries that you're having. I thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's give him a hand clap. And another hand clap for Simon for giving us an overview. So at this point, we get into why we are here. What are the opportunities? And where are we in regards to our different projects? So at this point, I'd like to invite my colleague, Proskovia, to come and take us through Unoc. What projects are we working on? And then you'll be able to see what are the opportunities for you to participate in this project.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Can you hear me? Okay. Uchoma Bear. Well, she didn't teach me ladies and gentlemen, but we'll manage that for now. All protocol observed. This is my first time in northern Uganda, and it's an honor and a privilege to be here today. I am quite impressed with what I've seen so far, and I have Unoc to thank for that opportunity. And I would like to welcome you once again to the Q3 Supplier Development Workshop. My name is Proskovia Nakazinga. I'm the Engineering Manager for Exploration, working in the Upstream Department for Unoc. So Unoc basically operates across the petroleum value chain, where we have the upstream, basically the source of the oil, the midstream, where we have the transportation and storage, and then the downstream, where we have the distribution or the end consumer. So I work in the upstream, where we have the source. Okay, so that's a little bit about me, and I think we'll go ahead and start with the presentation. So over there we have a brief outline, which is basically we look at the governance of the sector, we look at the key projects and the projects where Unoc is involved, the Unoc oil and gas projects, the Kasturban contract area, and then we will conclude. Now, the oil and gas sector in Uganda is basically governed by three parties, and that's the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. My colleague talked about it earlier, and they're responsible for the policy formulation, investment promotion, and licensing. Then we have the Petroleum Authority of Uganda that has been present here today, and they're responsible for regulating the different players in the sector and monitoring upstream and the midstream sectors and ensuring compliance of operations. Then finally, we also have Unoc, which is responsible for managing the commercial interest of the state in the petroleum sector. Okay. Looking at Unoc itself, we look at the governance. Well, Unoc was incorporated in 2015 under the Companies Act. In terms of ownership, we have two shareholders. That's the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, with the majority of shareholding at 51%. Then we have the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, holding 49% shares. We have 7 board members, and the inaugural CEO was appointed in August of 2016, soon after the incorporation of the company. In terms of management, we do have 10 members in the executive management, And then for the staff, we're standing at 220 staff, which is 63% of the structure. In terms of gender, we were talking about equality earlier. We have 40% female and 60% male. Actually, in my section of exploration, we are 2 managers. One is myself, and the other is Moses Onen, who comes from the north as well, and he's the exploration manager. He's currently away representing the country in the Africa Oil Week in Ghana. In terms of subsidiaries, we have Uganda Refinery Company, holding company, and this is responsible for the refinery that my colleague has mentioned earlier, and we'll see later on in the presentation. Then we have the National Pipeline Company Limited as well. As Unoc goes about fulfilling its mandate in managing the commercial interests of Uganda in the oil and gas projects, we're doing this by partnering with various organizations and institutions across the globe. Some of the few that I can mention, we have, for example, we have Kuha, which is a company that we're partnering with in the development of the Kabalega Industrial Park, but as well as capacity development. We have InStep in Malaysia, where we've recently had a cohort from our staff being trained in refinery engineering. We have TPDC, where we're partnering in ECOP. This is our pipeline. So that's just to mention some of the different partners that we are working with to make sure that we have our capacity and we're able to deliver our mandate. In terms of the projects, the oil and gas projects, we'll look at the sector as a whole to start with. So it has been established that we have 6.5 billion barrels of oil in Uganda. Of the 6.5, 1.4 billion barrels of oil can be are recoverable. By the way, I don't know if some of you have ever imagined what a barrel of oil is equivalent to. So it's equivalent to 8 jerrycans, 8 20-liter jerrycans. So you can imagine we're talking about 1.4 billion barrels of oil that are recoverable. So for this development, we have 9 production licenses that are lying across the Tilenga project, and Total and Kingfisher and Unoc Uganda Limited. Then we have 5 exploration licenses. Among these is the Kasruban project where I work. And just to reassure you, only 85% of the Albertine Graben thank you. So 85% of the Albertine Graben is unlicensed, meaning that only 15% of it has been licensed. So there's still a big opportunity. So we're just starting out, and there is quite a lot of hope in the rest of the 85% that is left. Then in terms of discoveries, out of the 121 wells that were drilled during exploration, 21 oil and gas discoveries were made, meaning 21 wells actually confirmed the presence of oil and gas. And that gives us a drilling success rate of 88%. So these are some of the projects that we have currently within the industry. And like I said, Unoc operates across the petroleum value chain. We have the upstream, where we have the exploration and appraisal. For this, we have the Kasruban project that Unoc is actually running. Then development and production, where we have the Tilenga and the Kingfisher projects. Then in the midstream, where we have transportation, refining, and gas processing, we have the refinery, the Kabalega Industrial Park, and the crude oil pipeline, which is the ECOP over here. Then in the downstream, where we have distribution and marketing, we have the storage terminals, that's Jinja and the Kampala storage terminal, as well as the downstream bulk trading, which is this over here. So you can see that Unoc is involved in all these projects that are going across the petroleum value chain. Next, please. So Like I mentioned, we're going to start off with the upstream projects where we have the oil coming from, which is the Tilenga project that is located northeast of Lake Albert over there. And this is operated in joint venture partnership with Total Energies, Unoc Uganda Limited, and Unoc. This project is estimated to have 874 million barrels of oil reserves, and it has a CPF of a capacity of 190,000 barrels of oil per day. It will be developed with 420 wells, and this will be drilled from 29 well pads, and these are the attendant flow lines and feeder lines, and this stands at a capex of 4.5 billion. In terms of status and the progress so far, the drilling is ongoing for the development wells, and this is with 3 rigs out of the 420 wells that we need. So far, we've drilled 146 wells. This is very good progress ahead of the 145 wells that we need for fast oil. In terms of construction, we have the industrial area, well pads, and lake water abstraction progressing well at over 63%. Some of the opportunities that we have therein are in the drilling packages. We have well intervention, engineering procurement, and construction contracts, drilling and well services, the enabling infrastructure where we have access roads and well pads, common services such as accommodation, transportation, camps, and insurance. Just, I think Mr. Swaibu can see that we are actually considering insurance, and you can be able as well to take part in these projects. The next project is the Kingfisher project, and this is located down here, southeast of Lake Albert, and this is also a joint venture partnership with Total Energies, Unoc Uganda Limited, and Unoc. The project stands at 186 million barrels of oil reserves with a CPF of a capacity of 40,000 barrels of oil per day, which will be developed with 31 wells drilled from 4 well pads, and those are the number of tendered flow lines and feeder lines, standing at a capex of 2.4 billion. In terms of the progress, we've the drilling of the development wells has been done with one drilling rig, and so far 15 wells have been drilled to date. The construction of the CPF, infilled roads and feeder lines is progressing well at 94% and will be ready for startup in Q4 of 2025. The opportunities, as mentioned, because they're all drilling development activities that are going on, are very much similar to those of Tilenga, with the well intervention, the drilling and well services, the access roads, well pads, and accommodation, transportation, camps, and insurance. Of course, in here lie other services such as cleaning under the common services. So we'll dive into those as we progress through the presentation. Next, we'll go to the midstream, where we talked about the transportation and storage. We're looking at the East African Crude Oil Pipeline, which is ECOP. This is one of the vehicles that government will use to commercialize the oil and gas resources, for our oil and gas resources, okay? And so this pipeline basically will be transporting the crude from the Tilenga and Kingfisher projects to Tanga Port in Tanzania. It has a capacity of 216,000 barrels of oil per day, while its maximum capacity is 246,000 barrels of oil per day. It is the longest heated pipeline in the world, and it will be buried, and this is for environmental and to reduce the environmental and social impact and footprint. It will be 1,443 kilometers, running through 10 districts in Uganda and through 8 regions in Tanzania, which covers 20 districts. all the way to Tanga. So I think you're able to see it coming all the way from here. So it's picking, we have the oil being picked from the CPF in Tilenga, and that one of Kingfisher by the feeder lines, and then the ECOP will run from there all the way down to Tanga behind over there. Okay, so now in terms of the progress that we've achieved in terms of the construction, with the detailed engineering design by Wally, we're at over 90%. The construction and site activities are ongoing for the 16 main camps and pipe yards, and the above ground installations that include the different pump stations and camps at 45.7%. Then the thermal installation plant in Tanzania was completed in March of 2024. So currently we have 1,169 kilometers of quoted and accepted line pipes. Then we have 783 kilometers of line pipes received so far, 40 kilometers of feeder line pipeline has been installed with low loss heating cables. Then for the pump station, we're having the installation of building columns rebar for their 66 kilovolt electrical instrumentation, telecommunication and security systems. And then for the construction of the marine jetty, we're having the onshore abutment ongoing. Basically, this is constructing support to reduce the lateral pressure. So that is the construction that is ongoing. And then for the terminal, we have power generation structural steel installation that has commenced. Overall, for the ECOP project, we're at a progress of more than 66.5% and will be ready for startup in Q2 of 2026. So some of the opportunities therein include employment, direct, indirect, and induced employment opportunities, then EPC services, and works, and different supplies as well, as my colleague already mentioned. The next project in the midstream as well, we have the refinery. So the refinery is also one of the other vehicles that Uganda will use to commercialize its oil and gas resources. It's a key part of Uganda's strategy, actually, to enhance our energy security through enhancing Uganda's domestic refining capacity and to reduce our reliance on imported refined products. Currently, Uganda imports about 90% of its refined fuel, which comes to a cost of approximately $2 billion. So us developing our own refinery will help to reduce the reliance on that, but also help us be able to produce our own products for the market. Now, for the development of the refinery, a memorandum of understanding was signed between the government of Uganda, represented by Unoc, and Alpha MBM, which is a United Arab Emirates investment firm for the development of the refinery. The refinery is designed to have a capacity of 60,000 barrels of oil per day, and its configuration is a residual fluid catalytic cracker. Basically, this is the design for which it will operate. And then it will have a products pipeline, which is 211 kilometers, and will also provide products for the Kampala storage terminal, distribution terminal. Some of the products that we'll get from the refinery include LPG, premium and regular gasoline, jet fuel, diesel, and low sulfur fuel oil. This comes to a capex of $4 billion US dollars. Now, in terms of the progress that has been made, we have the implementation from the FEED and the Asia that were completed. Then the implementation after the Mbegu water abstraction facility and multi-products pipeline RAP, resettlement action plan, were completed. So we've had the Kabalega Refinery Company incorporation undergoing and is currently nearing completion. Then we'll also have the definition of the Ali project activities, then negotiation of the crude oil supply agreement with the upstream companies. This will basically ensure that we have a stable supply of the 60,000 barrels of crude per day that are needed by the refinery. Then we have recruitment of individual consultants for the project management contractor underway. And we're also awaiting Alpha MBM, which is our partner in the development of the refinery, to share their national content plan that will support and open up broader local participation. So construction will commence, is expected to commence end of 2025 and will be ready for startup in 2030. So the overall development of the refinery will have a contribution of 3.4 billion US dollars per year to the national GDP, and in terms of job opportunities, over 30,000 jobs, 32,000 jobs. So other opportunities, there are other opportunities in engineering. We have opportunities in fabrication and installation of equipment, geotechnical and geological works, instrument calibration, supply of goods and services, automation works, refined products trading, power generation, operational support, logistical services such as the supply of cranes, trucks, fuel, and many more. Okay. So now we'll go into the Kabalega Industrial Park. This park is the first, or Uganda's flagship smart and eco industry hub. And this means that it will be a fully serviced industrial ecosystem. So the oil and gas industrial park stands at 29.5 square kilometers, and it's located in Kabale, Hoima district. It is intended and will host Uganda's second international airport, which is currently at 96% completion, the crude oil export hub, Uganda refinery, the light medium industries, fertilizers and petrochemicals industries, cold chain and agro-processing, warehousing and logistics, and others that include commercial, retail, health center, and residential properties. So this, the business in KIP basically will contribute to 4.9 billion annually to the national GDP and 35,000 job opportunities, and basically increase industrialization, which is one of the main objectives of KIP, which is to catalyze industrialization in oil and gas, in agro-processing, logistics, manufacturing, and the like. In terms of progress, what we've achieved so far regarding KIP is that the master plan has been approved, and then negotiations are ongoing and are progressing well for the acquisition of a joint venture partner for the development of KIP. Then we have commenced onboarding, and that was on the 13th of August 2025 this year, where we received 13 non-solicited expressions of interest. We've onboarded different investors, ministries, departments, and agencies. And then we've also shared information during the onboarding process about the land allocation procedures, the service fee frameworks, incentive structures, and the infrastructure progress. In terms of the enabling infrastructure, we are opening up 86 kilometers of internal park roads. Then construction of the Unoc office will commence in September of this year. And then we've signed a memorandum of understanding with the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development and SBI to commence construction of phase 1 infrastructure, and the different bidding process will be concluded or closed in February of 2026. Some of the designs for the phase 1 infrastructure for the roads, fencing, medium voltage and low voltage power reticulation for a 240 megawatt substation. Water supply, wastewater treatment are ongoing. And then, of course, KIP will also promote linkages between the agro-based value addition investors with the local farmer groups. So this is why my colleague was actually encouraging the farmers to actually get together and form groups so that you're able to leverage on some of these opportunities. Now, many people, when we've had the supply development workshop, they've been interested in the land allocation at KIP. So over here, we have a map that is able to show you how the land allocation has been made. I need to refer to my computer because those are very small. So over here, we have the refinery complex. Then this is the airport over here in orange. Then we have the heavy industries park that will be in this section here. At the top here in red, we have the administration center. And then here we have the light and downstream industries. Then we have the business park over here. And then we have the estate area over here. And this is the agriculture zone. So wherever you fall in here or wherever your interests lie in here, that is how the land allocation will be done or has been done. And in terms of the service fees, we have for the general industries and commercial premises being $1.5 US, and that's per square meter per year. Then we have $1.25 US for prioritized industries, and then $1 US for residential developments, and that is per square meter per year. Now, some of the opportunities that we have in KIP include the employment opportunities that we mentioned, direct, indirect, and induced jobs. Then we have engineering and geological and geotechnical works, supply of goods and services, logistics, health, safety, and environment services, training and development, operations and maintenance, and subcontracting. That's just to mention a few. The next project is LPG, the liquefied petroleum gas. This is one of our newest projects on board, and it's a contribution to mitigating climate change and improving access to clean energy solutions. So Unoc launched this project under the theme LPG, championing clean cooking for all. And Unoc has been, and UPEAC has been the beneficiary of the maiden delivery of a 2-ton LPG tank. So LPG, for those of you that may not be aware, is a colorless, odorless gas that is stored under pressure in liquid form. It's usually obtained from the refining of oil and extraction of natural gas. So for this project, we have an annual production capacity, planned annual production capacity of 100,000 metric tons. And basically the composition of LPG is propane and butane. For this project, on the 29th of July, Unoc and Vivo Energy signed an early project activities agreement for offtake of LPG from Tilenga and Kingfisher ahead of commencement of production, meaning that this is being prepared ahead of when we start production in our 2 projects in Kingfisher and Tilenga that are already under development. So this will prepare so that we're able to take up the gas that will be produced from those projects. So the scope of work includes a comprehensive feasibility study and delivering of front-end engineering design in line with international industry standards. So far, in terms of the progress we've made, we've had the installation of a telemeter gauge at UPEAC, and this is basically to help us record real-time data in terms of consumption and refill. And the objective is to optimize supply planning, improve operational efficiency, and enhance the user experience. we've already had a site visit to the proposed LPG infrastructure location. The next steps include a detailed feasibility assessment. So some of the opportunities that, so you can see the picture over here where we had the signing of the agreement with Unoc and Vivo Energy, who are going to be our partners in this. And here is the 2-ton LPG tank that was given to UPIC, and this is our team that is representing them there. And yes, at the end of the day, this is what we hope to have for everybody. So some of the opportunities there include employment, then provision of the feasibility studies, as well as the EPC services, works, and supplies. Now we'll go to the next business for Unoc, which is the storage terminals. This is in the downstream where I mentioned, where we have the end consumers and the distribution. So for the storage terminals, we have 2 of them. That's Jinja Storage Terminal and Kampala Storage Terminal. The Jinja Storage Terminal was established in the 1970s as a strategic reserve for the petroleum products, and it is a 30 million liter capacity. It has a 30 million liter storage capacity. However, its management was handed to Unoc in May of 2017, and Unoc holds 100% interest. So since then, Unoc has been participating in the selling and distribution of petroleum products. There are opportunities for provision of services in the upgrade scope, where we have the 1.5 kilometer pipeline and jetty, the transportation barge. We have additional petrol storage tank of 10,000 cubic meters. Then we have upgrade of loading, offloading, piping, firefighting, and other facilities, as well as the introduction of automations. So in terms of the status, we have the scope, this upgrade scope feasibility study ongoing, and this is being launched with Vivo Energy and Total Energies. Now, Unoc also has the Kampala Storage Terminal, where we have, which is a 320 million liter storage capacity, 10 times that of the Jinja, what we currently have of the Jinja Storage Terminal. And it will be located in PG, and its main objective is to provide a buffer for the supply in the country. It will be a central hub for storage and distribution of refined petroleum products and enhance the security of supply of petroleum products. Unoc will hold 51% shareholding and will get a partner for the rest of the development. Now, the development scope includes steel tanks, pumps, and pipelines, structures, steel shades, pipe bride, pipe racks, gantries, reinforced concrete drains, band walls, tank foundations, buildings, retention basins, earthworks, terracing, roads, parking, masonry fencing, chain link fencing, better fence, electricals, instrumentation, solar. So currently we've completed the we've completed the basic engineering, our front-end engineering design, and we're currently doing the implementation agreement, which is under alignment. Then for the next steps, we'll be having the onboarding of the EPC contractor and detailed engineering commencement. So some of the opportunities in here include civil works, surveying, construction, fabrication, and welding, quality inspection, and materials supply, insurance, transportation, and hospitality. So here we have the email of that can be used to consult on these opportunities for those that may be interested. So we'll allow just less than a minute for people to take note of this email. That's supplies, product.npc@unoc.com, all in lowercase. So next we'll go into the other, business, which is the bulk products trading. Unoc was among the companies doing bulk trading, buying petroleum products and selling to oil market companies, which it commenced in March of 2020. The objectives of this included enhancing security of supply of petroleum products, generation of revenue for Unoc. Some of you were asking, when are we testing the money from the oil and gas? Everybody's looking at fast oil, but we're already enjoying the fruits of this bulk products trading. So then support for the Kampala storage and Ginger storage projects, and then to build capacity in trading operations. In November of 2023, Unoc was granted a mandate to be the sole importer of petroleum products in Uganda, as well as managing associated logistics through Kenya and Tanzania. In order to deliver this mandate, we've partnered with Vito Bahrain EC to supply the white petroleum products that include AGO, PMS, Jet A1, and BIK. As to date, over 37 vessels have been received, and this comes to an approximate of 220 million liters per month. Some of the other activities that are ongoing in this has been the preparation for crude oil trading ahead of production. We're looking at identifying a name for Uganda's crude blend, and that is in progress. And some of the proposals we've had so far are Crane Sweet, or Pamoja Sweet, or Pearl Sweet. So these are some of the names that have been considered in what name we shall give our Ugandan crude. That is still under progress. And then we'll look at the opportunities that we have in the bulk products trading business. We have opportunities for fuel wholesale, distribution and retailing. Currently we have 109 Uganda oil marketing companies, and that's still growing. That number is still growing. We have banking and finance services and insurance. I think, Mr. Swaibu, you can see some of the opportunities we have here for insurance. We have shipping agents, clearing and forwarding, transportation and hospitality. So for those that will be interested in some of these opportunities, we have the email address over here. If we can zoom in a bit for people to actually be able to capture this email address. That's product.trading@unoc.com, all in lowercase. Product.trading@unoc.com. So we'll move on to the next project, which is the Kasturban contract area. I already mentioned this is the exploration project for Unoc, and it's in the upstream section of the petroleum value chain. For this, Unoc was awarded a petroleum supply, awarded the license on the 2nd of February in 2023. And for this exploration license, it has a period of, it's a 2-year term with a maximum of 2 successive renewals, meaning you can renew at the end of every 2 years as long as you meet the minimum expectations. So in total, we basically have an exploration period of 6 years, each term being two years. So the first exploration period, which means the first 2 years, were already completed from 2023. And now we have received a renewal for exploration license, and that has been renewed starting on the 3rd of February 2025. So the Kasturban block, if we have a look over here, it's the one within this boundary here that I'm trying to trace out. Okay, so that's the Kasturban block. It's 1,285 square kilometers. It has 9 prospects. These are some of them. They're in this shaded, this light yellow, and it has 2 discoveries, which is Karuka and Tai Tai. Then it has the 285 million barrels of oil in place, of which 83 are estimated to be recoverable. Then it has working petroleum systems. That means you have everything in place to make sure that you have petroleum. That means you have a source, you have a reservoir, you have a trap, and you have migration pathways. So that has been confirmed. And then also the other advantage that Kasturban has is that it is south of the Tilenga project, but it's also in proximity to the oil and gas infrastructure network that we've been talking about. So the different infrastructure. Now, in terms of ownership, we have Unoc having a 100% participating interest. However, this project will be delivered through a joint venture partnership, and work is underway to acquire a joint venture partner. For this, the expression of interest was closed on 8th of August 2025, and the evaluation report has been approved by our executive committee, where 5 companies have been shortlisted. Now, remember we talked about the different exploration periods because each is 2 years. So for the first one, which is the first 2 years, this was the work program that we can see over there. Some of the activities included seismic and well data interpretation, petrophysical analysis and reservoir characterization, basin and petroleum systems analysis. This was concluded in November 2024. This concluded in October 2024, and this in December 2023. And then we had the reprocessing of 2D seismic data completed in June 2025. All these different data sets are very important in helping us to better understand this block and better estimate our oil prospectivity. Now, for the second exploration period for the license that was renewed on the 3rd of February 2025, the work program that we have, which is this one below, is includes we had to carry forward some of the activities from the first exploration period that could not be completed because of the time constraint. So that includes the acquisition of 150 line kilometer of infill 2D seismic data. And for this, we had first and foremost to secure an environmental social impact assessment. And for this, we've already been granted a certificate of approval from NEMA, meaning they've given us a go ahead and we can be able to commence these activities. And this should commence later this month. We already have the team setting up camp and should be commencing this seismic activity very soon. Then with the interpretation and evaluation of the data that we've obtained, we plan to drill an exploration well, and that will be the date for which will be specifically determined. And then we can have 3D seismic data, and that will be contingent on the success of the exploration well that we have drilled. So some of the data sets that are available from this project include seismic data, which is 1,900 line kilometers of 2D seismic. Then we already have 3 exploration wells that have been drilled. That's Tai Tai, Karuka 1 and Karuka 2. And from these, we've been able to obtain wireline log data and core data. This data is very important in understanding the block. Then we have gravity and magnetic data. And then we have various reports that's for geological mapping and geochemistry study reports. So this is some of the data that we have available, and we shall be adding onto this. Next, please. So some of the opportunities we have in Kasturban, like I will mention, include we have the technical studies and consultancy services. For this period, we're going to be conducting a number of studies that include the lake drilling solution, Chibero well civil remedial works, drilling and well design study, fault cell analysis and hydrocarbon detection, seismic and well data interpretation, and for these procurements are ongoing. Then we have the seismic acquisition and processing. So the procurement for this has been successfully done and is scheduled to commence later this month. Then we have QHSE, where we have the QHSE management system, safety equipment, Asia, waste management, social impact activities, road safety campaigns. For these, the procurement is also ongoing. And then we have general administrative supplies, insurance, training and development, legal and commercial advisory, general office supplies, catering, logistics services, vehicle hire, fuel, hotel and hospitality services, media services and branding. So this is open, based on, it will be on a needs basis. Then the joint venture partnerships, those are in progress and ongoing, and then oil field services contracts. So in summary, the opportunities include the technical studies and consultancy, drilling and wells services, and support services such as logistics, waste management, transportation. So over here we have our circle of the supply chain, and you can see in the middle here we have the specialist oil and gas services that can be provided. So many of us may lie in the non-specialist services that we have, like warehousing, camp, fuel supplies, hotel accommodation, custom clearance, catering. So this shows you that there is quite a number of opportunities that cut across right from the specialist to the non-specialist. However, like we also mentioned and are promoting the formation of joint ventures that help you to build your technical capacity, technical and financial capacity. This can give you an opportunity to move from non-specialist service into the circle where you can move into more specialized services. So that is why it's a very good opportunity as well to consider joint venture partnerships to help. There's also opportunity to take advantage of the 16 ring-fenced services for Ugandans. These include, I wish for us to actually zoom on to this section, if that's okay. The 16 ring-fenced services for Ugandans. Yeah. Yes, so those are some of them. I don't know that I can read all of them, but you can, those who can take a picture. But just quickly, those are transportation, security, foods and beverages, hotel accommodation and catering, human resource, office supplies, fuel supply, land surveying, clearing and forwarding, crane hire, locally available construction materials, civil works, supply of locally available drilling and production materials, environment, environment studies and impact assessment, communications and information technology services, waste management where possible. So I think you can be able to identify where you might want to develop capacity or where you already have capacity, and these services are there for you to take advantage of and please supply. So we'll go to the next slide. So this slide basically gives you an overview of the Kasturban contract area project. I know some of you may wonder why we're stressing about the Kasturban contract area project. It's because this is our first 100% owned project in Unoc and for Uganda. So that's why we want to show you a bit of a summary of how we plan to execute it and have it done. So like I mentioned, we started off with acquiring the exploration license, and the first 2 years we've done the technical, the geological and geotechnical works and the technical studies. And then in the second period, where we are currently, we are working on acquiring a joint venture partner. And then we are also continuing with the engineering studies that I mentioned. And then we also have the acquiring of the infill 2D seismic data that I mentioned. Then with all this done and with the data we have, we plan to drill an exploration well. Then phase 3, by that time, we already have our joint venture partner on board, and we'll continue with the studies, because you always need to have more and more data. The more, the better. You help to reduce the uncertainties. Then we'll drill more exploration and appraisal wells. And then with this, together with our JVP, we should be able to submit a field development plan, meaning this is the plan that you have come up with on how to develop the field to make it commercial. And then this plan will be submitted to the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development for approval. And once it's approved, we'll then be awarded a production license, meaning you'll now be licensed to start production. And then we'll start the development activities similar to what is happening in Tilenga and Kingfisher. And then, yes, once we've been awarded that license, we undertake the field development. And at the end of the field development, once we've drilled the development wells, we then start production. So basically, that is the roadmap for how we plan to manage the Kasruban Contract Area Project under Unoc. So last but certainly not least, we're interested in equipping you with how you can position yourself to access the oil and gas opportunities. Luckily, in Uganda, we have the Uganda Oil and Gas National Content Regulations that require companies and their contractors to use locally available materials, services, and labor to submit local content plans and to give preference to Ugandan companies where possible. So we already have this in our hands, that Uganda is already encouraging this. I mentioned from Alpha MBM, we are waiting for the local content plan, but this also gives you an advantage and equips you to know that already the law is on your side. Next, you need to understand the phases and scope of the oil and gas projects through different platforms and fora, including the supply development workshops like the one we're having today, community supply development programs, the media, Unoc and PAU websites. Please make sure you visit our websites, the local government and local content conferences. So the last few minutes that I've been here laboring to explain the projects, what we've done so far, what scope is available, what opportunities are available, is to equip you with the knowledge of knowing the different phases and scopes that we have and where you can tap into. Now, one of the other things that we have that is very interesting, we often have many companies coming to Unoc, international companies, and they're like, we have this service to offer, we have this service to offer. And we always remind them, in order to offer this service, you need to be registered on the National Supplier Database. Even the foreign companies have to register. Then we always remind them that it's good for you to have an aspect of local content. So if these companies are coming from abroad, many of them may not have the local content aspect. So we always encourage them to, and now they're interested. When they come, they may not know some of the Ugandans, they don't know some of the Ugandan companies, and they don't know their reputation. However, we always refer them to that National Supplier Database. Go to that database, look through, see the people that you feel that you can partner with and engage them. So that is another reason why it's very important for all of you who are interested in providing products and services to register on the National Supplier Database, because these companies will not partner with somebody that they do not know. So being registered is a way of giving the other partners confidence in the people with whom they want to partner and deliver service. So that is point number 3, to ensure that you're registered on the National Supplier Database, especially for the Tier 1 and Tier 2 contractors. Then we've already talked about the ring-fenced services for Ugandans. We already have something that we said this is cut out for Ugandans. Ugandans with the capability should be able to take up these services and should be considered first. So you need to leverage on the national content opportunities, that is the ring-fenced services, then to form joint ventures, not only with international companies that will help boost your technical and financial capability, but also as the local groups. If you're a few farmers, you can then join together and form a bigger group, and that will help to boost your financial capacity as well. But also you should not shy away from looking at building subcontracting relationships, whereby you get smaller jobs under large contractors, and this will help you to build experience. So there is also an opportunity to focus on goods or service segments where community suppliers, where you as community suppliers have are more competitive. Of course, you can start out with the ring-fence services for Ugandans. That's food and beverages, hospitality, catering, transport, human resource management, office supplies, that includes stationery, coffee, sugar, salt, milk, soap, locally available construction materials. So you can start out with those low-hanging fruits. Then identify niche services in the supply chain that are less capital intensive but essential. These include our waste management, clearing and forwarding, surveying, welding, carpentry, plumbing, painting, masonry works, just to mention but a few. Then we have induced services such as hardware shops, supermarkets, hotels, schools, clinics, pharmacies, restaurants. I mentioned that I was coming to Gulu, to northern Uganda for the first time. I had to find a hotel where to stay. So whoever has the hotel is in business. We have to find where to eat. So the restaurant that is having good standards is making business. So you also need to look at providing value, reliability, quality, and good pricing. And you can start that even when you have smaller packages before trying for the very large contracts. So it's also important that you build the capacity of your personnel or your business to attain the relevant competencies and certifications in line with oil and gas standards or best practices. So this will include investing in training of your staff in HSE, health, safety, and environment. I think you saw when we came to the hotel, the first thing we asked them to do before we started was to take us through a safety moment, meaning the gentleman who was giving us the safety moment has to be trained in HSE, health, safety, and environment. Otherwise, he will not be able to educate us on the safety of our being here during the meeting. Then we have quality management. This helps to ensure that the people who are coming to you have a good experience and they return. Then you need to look at the regulatory compliance. That means the Petroleum Authority has helped to list out the regulations, the rules and regulations in the oil and gas industry. However, you don't only look at the oil and gas industry. If you're operating in food, we expect that you will also be complying with the regulations that cater to food. If it's accommodation, you are meeting the compliance regulations for accommodation. So then you need to look at sustainability systems as well. Then, of course, with the equipment and tools that we use, you need to look at constant improvement. For example, if you have a hotel, maybe it's nice for you to consider having an air conditioner or a fan. So these are just small improvements that one can make for the equipment and in your capabilities to make sure that you meet quality expectations. So that basically summarizes number 7, which is ensure compliance with policies, rules, and regulations that govern the oil and gas industry, but also in the industry for which service you provide. Then last, but certainly not least, you have improved business management and cost competitiveness. That means you need to understand what the client values. And that's why we come here for these supplier workshops, to kind of also enlighten you on what the clients in the oil and gas industry, what do they value. This includes quality, service delivery time, safety, and then maintain clean books, monitor the market prices for competitive bidding, and definitely plan for upscaling. And that, with all that, I believe that you'll be well positioned to take up opportunities to access oil and gas opportunities. Thank you very much.
Let's give a much bigger hand clap. I think we should now be a bit more happy after this presentation, because we get to see what is coming and the things that we need to do in order to prepare ourselves. So at this point, we're going to have an opportunity to ask any questions that you might have, to ensure that by the time you leave, all your questions have been answered. There has been talk about, maybe is the oil there? Are those projects? Can we participate as locals? So if you have any question that has not yet been answered, because from the presentations we saw the volume of investment, what has been done so far. So we need to find, from the presentations we saw how much money has so far been invested in this project. Maybe as the presentations went on, you realize they've talked about Tilenga, about $5 billion, Kingfisher about 3.5 billion, ECOP about $4 billion. So of this money, so far from the Petroleum Authority, they've already approved over $7 billion. So that is money that has been already spent. More is going to be spent. And also from the presentations, you noted that only 15% of the Albertine Graben has been licensed and explored. So we still have a lot of opportunities. So even for the people who are thinking, maybe these opportunities have passed me by, there's still a lot more to come. So at this point, if you have a question, I'd like you to raise your hand. Then we will give you a microphone. You state your name, maybe your business, and then ask the question so that we can be able to answer those different questions. Then maybe as we get into the questions, I've been told there might be a few people in this room who are supposed to attend another workshop. Is there anyone from Majumani in here? No. Okay, so let's take about 5 questions each time, and then we will answer those and then take another round. So there's a team walking around with the microphones.
Yes, I am Victor Apire.
Yes.
I deal with producing. My producer. Really, you have proved that you are very competent, and I really appreciate so much your journey to this place. I wanted to ask a question about your environmental and social impact assessment, that you could probably begin, you would have begun from here other than going anywhere. Why? One, you have shown that you have done so much such that you are now a consumer. Other than involving us from the beginning, if you could have given us this awareness, such important information, why you are where you are, we could have walked the journey very well. That's my concern, number one. Number two, please, not yet too late. Would you again make all that you have given unto us, the end out, so that we study the in-depth and the content and to know the genesis very well, so that when we are committing ourselves into the business, it will operate well, since you are demanding even our curriculum to know the details. You wanted to know if we are true citizens, we belong to the sovereignty of the nation. I thought that involved all of us to have that literature. Thank you so much.
Afoyo, ana tigila pen. Simon Rom konyo me gonyo. Nya kiluoni Unono Dennis. Aaki lami kwa Restoration Initiative. Penya tutwale chiaro bot Proscovia. Ni pingo gamento tamu ni ki yu pipe memoni. Ugon waki Tanzania, kau chiari Tanga, Dar es Salaam. Tuan bo ping eni. Chili adi magi balu kenyu. Kau no ki tiu ki yo ma chok. Me kupu pipe memoni me chiari waki Kenya. Chok bot wakai. Lutian wadi magu bergu keng tichi enuni. Lutian adi magi agi ku malume Uganda kan magu keng ti. Eno ki tiu ki this time ma bo me chiar way i Tanzania. Eni un po nene na po katie. Me ario. Penya me ario. Be fu chiara en bot Proscovia. Ite Unoc. Program ngo magin ti akar kere. Pilotien wa magi agi ko marmi Uganda kan me chiar ka kwan lokum oil and gas. Lutian wadi magiti kiti kichoy giti akwan magi enrolling gin ka kwan lokum ginenu ni. Adi. Yan ke neno mo neno apo ati ko marmi Uganda kan. Man lok ma chuer chunyo ba? Pe lok ma be. Penya mo kene ma miro penyo ne. Dunku be di chawa ni ka wai wa peny. Lutian a chule di magiti ga tiji te loka ma eni. Adi.
Okay. Thank you very much. Dennis, maybe I translate this briefly to Proscovia. I'm sure the second question would go to Kenneth as the head of the national content. So, Proscovia, Dennis is asking, what informed your decision to construct the over 1,400 kilometers of the pipelines under ECOP to Tanga in Tanzania, and yet the shortest route would be through Kenya? I don't know much about that, but you have gone the longest way, and you have left out a lot of people from this part of the region. And then secondly, that I think goes to Kenneth, is that under the national content, are you thinking of supporting people from northern Uganda, the young people, so that they get the technical skills and they're able to be recruited in the oil and gas sector? And then he wants to know whether you specifically, of course, at some point, Proscovia mentioned Moses Unen. Moses was here, but he wants to know whether there are people from this region who are in the oil and gas sector. I think those were the three questions. Yeah. Karibero loko mukejo. Ayele me mulo lemon. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, praise God, brethren. I'm by the name of Tim Dennis. I work for insurance company of East Africa, that is ICA. Yeah, yesterday I heard on radio what Unoc did in Moya. Is there a way that they can also do the same to all northern regions? Because the testimony they gave yesterday, it was only one person. That was Laniero, who is now working at Kier Motors company, that is Toyota. So why is the study only in Noya? Why don't they also take it all over northern region? That's number one question. And then secondly, is there a way they can introduce a college study for Unoc? Because we have also seen insurance companies doing this. They have introduced insurance into high schools and they had competition. So those are the only questions that I would love to ask. Thank you.
I have a question. You'll allow me to stand under Choli tradition. Chiefs don't stand up. I have two or three questions. One, why is it the storage tanks are being built in Kampala, the largest one, and the second one in Jinja? And we have a lot of uses of petroleum products in northern Uganda. Why isn't there no oil storage facility in northern Uganda which can supply even Congo and South Sudan? That's question number one. Number two, there's belief that you guys have drilled horizontal pipelines from Bulisa coming to Noya and extracting the oil from here and being called is the oil coming out of Bulisa. Is that true, or what's the story? Finally, there's very little activity in northern Uganda, leave alone even the royalty issues. Nothing is really happening apart from Noya. Why is it being localized in Noya and not the whole of actually sub-region? I think we are being short-changed in this environment. Thank you.
Can I ask? Thank you. My name is Sandra. I have one question with two faces. In the spirit of experience sharing, I was just wondering, are there businesses here in Gulu, but also in the region, that have been listed on the database? Maybe it is more encouraging to hear from them as opposed to hearing from the official presenters. If those businesses are here, let me just see your hands up and then we can catch up. None. But the second phase of my question is, so after this workshop is done, does Unoc have presence here that I can walk into an office and say hi? Is there presence, or you go with your presence? I'm very keen on the experience sharing. Let's pick up from there. Thank you.
La pen pa Sandra pijo mapon yang wa waje pian pier tak ka initie la bia char mo ke kan meti kan magwak ki chui in national supply database waje ni ilchi wa ke nene kata ke chone Sandra take note monicha ni mer bion ka boko lokidi wa kan yang kira era mo donyo kede.
Even the hotel, this particular hotel is on the
okay.
Yeah.
We have a question here from one of our participants.
Thank you so much. I'm called Nato. I'm a person with hearing impairment. I welcome you all. I have a question about this oil. Everyone is saying about oil. It is very good, really. But now, so I just want to ask a question that, do you also have deaf persons in your department there? Because there are others also who have gone far with their studies, but I don't know whether maybe you employ persons with hearing impairment there. I'm not seeing, because they're supposed to also be here if you have enrolled them in your department, because they have also skills. So why do you debar them from having opportunity to also join you? So now if one is there, they can even teach others, and others will be very surprised to see that they have also persons with hearing impairment teaching them, and they will perceive it positively. So now I don't know whether maybe the opportunity is just only for others, leaving those people with the disabilities. Can the service providers be given to everyone? I just want to know. So because I am just surprised because there's no one with the disabilities. So, and also inviting people here, he's alone. others are not there. Why don't you give the information to be given? Why don't you give information to all of them so that they also be here? We have so many deaf people, but they are there at home. So they have learned, but now there is no work. They are just seated at home. Why don't you allow them to also come and also get things from here so that we all become equal? Thank you so much. I just want to be brief. Thank you so much.
Okay, let me request we first answer maybe this round of questions, and then we can take another round. So I'll try to answer the questions that have been raised, and then I'll have my colleagues to support where needed. Starting with the environmental impact assessment. For all the projects that we do in the oil and gas sector, we have to do an assessment on the impact our projects are likely to have on the environment, to ensure that we mitigate the likely negative impact, and if better, put in place initiatives that will leave the place better. And in these initiatives, we try to work with the communities. So actually, as part of the initiatives around environmental sustainability, this entire week we've spent it planting trees in collaboration with the kingdom, and we've planted 5,000 trees. This is just one of the efforts. Late last year, we planted trees across 22 schools in the region. And for the schools, we were planting fruit trees to enhance, of course, food security, but also to make a positive impact on the environment. For the part that we are working with the kingdom, we are planting local trees, teak, mahogany, millenia, trees that do well here, so that they can be able to enhance the environment, but also offset some of the negative impacts of any of our footprint that might avail. However, we are always open to collaborations and working with different people. So if you have an initiative where we can be able to work together for the betterment of Uganda, our doors are always open. Then from Dennis, you noted, why did we use the Tanzania route? Now, when you're selecting a route for a pipeline, there are a number of things that are considered. Distance is just one of many considerations. The other element is the land tenure of the country and how many people you'd have to either, for example, displace or have to compensate. Now, if you look at the route through eastern Uganda, through Kenya, and you look at the populations, the number of people who you would impact have to resettle during the construction of the pipeline, the compensation, the cost implications are quite high. So when you consider those elements, and then you consider also, just because the route is shorter, for a pipeline which is multi-country, you also have to get the consent of the other government. So after discussions with Kenya and Tanzania, and weighing all the different considerations, the Tanzania route was more favorable. And if you look at the progress that was shared on the ECOP, you can see that in Tanzania already we are over 566 kilometers of pipes already welded and buried. So they are progressing much, much faster. Their land tenure is different from ours. In Uganda, for comparison, we've done 120. So that is part of the consideration, because we need to move as fast as possible. Then in regards to supporting people with technical skills, yes, this is something that we do. And usually, we try to leverage existing efforts. Now, part of the things that we've done to enhance skilling in the different areas, we try to work with the vocational training institutions and see what are the opportunities for us to enhance their capability, their facilities. Can we be able to give them equipment, for example, to enhance how well they train? However, we also have the Uganda Petroleum Institute of Chigumba, which is particularly training on skills related to the oil and gas sector. So sometimes we get people from across Uganda, then sponsor topics of the advance. And usually these are advertised in our national papers. Recently, we ran an advert, which we are currently shortlisting for, where we want to train people in 6G welding. We received about close to 300 applications from all over the country, and we are now shortlisting to see who are those people who we can be able to select and then sponsor. So when these advertisements run, you need to express interest so that you can be a people. Yes, we do. Even ensure that as a national oil company, we are all representing. We have to have a national outlook as a national oil company. Part of the people who are in Uganda are disabled. So even when we advertise, we make special consideration for some of the people who are, actually we don't call them people with disabilities, we call them people who are differently abled. So differently abled people are part of our organization. And in the same way, the reason they may not be the ones presenting at these workshops is because they are employed in other departments. So we won't get a legal officer who is employed to do legal work to come into a workshop just so that we show we have a differently abled person on the team. Then there was a question around if the things that we are doing in Noya can be done across the region. That is one of the initiatives that we hope. We want to scale what is working well to other parts of the country, and that is why we are here. Because in the past, if you've noticed, until I think last year, a lot of these supplier workshops were mainly held in Kampala, Bulisa, Hoima, and they did not be hosted in areas that are not the traditional oil districts. We have changed that approach. We want to be everywhere so that all Ugandans have an opportunity to have access to this information that you have gotten. And the reason we bring you this information is not just to tell you how we have progressed. That is a good thing for you to know how we are moving. We are progressing towards first oil, but more importantly, we want you to position yourselves to participate. We don't want you to be talking about oil some years down the road and you say, people used to come and tell us about oil, but you've never benefited at all. And by benefiting, I want us to look at us either getting jobs in the sector. Currently, we are about 18,000 people who are employed in the oil and gas sector in Uganda. Of those, 90% are Ugandans. Of those, about 5,100 come from the communities, from the oil districts. That is Bulisa, Noya, Pakwach, Hoima, Chikube. About a third of those employed are from the communities. Now we want to see more people also coming from northern Uganda and having more participation. Then there was a question around why are the storage terminals being located in Jinja and closer to Kampala. Now this is more of a personal opinion than a company stand. So the Jinja storage terminal, a lot of the imports of our fuel come through Kenya. So the most logical destination around that route, because you have to have the terminals as close to your busiest markets as possible. So when these were constructed in the 70s, Jinja was an opportune location for the storage terminals because it's along the export and import route, because a lot of these products come through Busia and Malaba. So Jinja was centrally located. Now, in regards to the Kampala storage terminal, similarly, once the refinery is built, almost 80% or thereabout of our demand for petroleum products comes from that Kampala sub-region. A lot of the demand is around there. However, what has been done to ensure that you've seen a lot of effort has been made by the government to construct what has been called the oil roads to ensure that there is smooth transportation of these different products. So much as the available land that could be acquired is in PG where the storage terminals will be constructed, there'll be free movement to the different areas around the country. Then there was a question around horizontal drilling. Now, horizontal drilling has been employed in areas where some of our oil is located in sensitive areas. For example, you've had some of our oil wells are within the national park. However, as part of our initiatives to ensure environmental sustainability and to minimize the impact of oil activities on the wildlife, on tourism, instead of drilling everywhere, we get a particular well pad, and then using horizontal drilling, we are able to access the wells that are a bit away from that well pad. Now, this helps us to minimize the impact of us drilling everywhere, but also it's environmentally sustainable because it helps us to ensure that we are not negatively impacting the communities in which we are drilling. This also helps us where we have to drill, for example, below the lake. As opposed to drilling through the lake, which increases the risk of us, for example, in the event of an oil spill, you're going to impact the water source. So when you use directional that drilling, you're able to avoid going through the lake. You can just simply drill and go under the lake, and then if there's oil, you drill for it. Are we together? Then the little activities in the north, like I've said, we are working together with the different authorities, cultural government, local government, to try to make sure that we change this narrative and we increase the activity. So these are the questions that have so far come up. If we have any other, we'll take just 5 more questions because we want to ensure that we get to hear from the next 2 speakers, and then we call it a day. So 5 more questions.
I'm by name called Mwaka Patrick. I'm the CEO of MK Forestry Enterprise. So I'm so glad to be here, but there's one question I wanted to ask. I'm happy when you guys are planting back the trees, but as you're planting back the trees, you need also to plant back the indigenous trees that you people are clearing during the paveway operation. And the second question go like this. According to the education system studies that you guys are offering, I tried to apply under Total on the environmental studies, but they have restricted that the only people around Noya and the operation area, they have to apply too. So I don't know whether people from Gulu and outside a district, they have to apply for that studies. Thank you.
Yeah. My name is Ruot Justin Ojete Benyi from Kekwara. Actually, 2 of the key pillars of national content, stroke local content, include employment of citizens in the oil industry and community supplier development program. I would like to focus on the community supplier development program. And in particular, in those areas which are ring-fenced for, can you call it locals or communities, does this involve benchmarking to current suppliers to learn good practice? Does this involve identification of groups in specialized areas? How do you actually, in practice, go about implementing this particular program? That's my question.
Thank you. I'm McKenna Anthony, Managing Director of Zaza Engineering Company Limited. Mine is going to be a little technical. Looking at the trend in this city and also trend in the world, it's more of like we are going into renewable energy. People who are in this city can also witness that recently we have influx of electric bikes within. My question is, what future does our oil company hold considering the current trend? Then number two is, I've also looked at the pipeline that has been laid in Uganda. It's about 120 kilometers, and then 500 kilometers in Tanzania. Does it mean that in Uganda, like Tanzanians are more serious in completing this project than us? Because when it comes to this oil and gas industry, Unoc, Petroleum Authority of Uganda, we have been hearing it for a very long time. Then another thing is considering Gulu as a strategic city within northern Uganda, have you guys ever thought of at least establishing a regional office here, like any other agency? Like, for example, we have a passport or immigration office within this city. Then I'm surprised that there are people, out of the several questions asked, nobody has asked for clarifications on the requirements for registration on the national content. And there's one that is that I'm not so sure of, that is a social security certificate. Thank you.
Afoyo, Anya Ugit William. I love Kilabachuli, and a rumor knock Kilabmono. Michael, Afoyo won't do me Unoc. This is the second time attending your workshop. And I'm not going to be I think they are the same language more to you carry Karichani and to teach one open your question, especially about Genmumera Victor Openyo, ni pamphlet. Pen look my wound look about what when you at a cargo. When you look at a mere at a carapian, Kiramir one non information. That. The kind of care to tell a pamphlet to Berutier, I think that is very good. We have a carwa, men and more, my wounded me in a bottle. And the Chamubino Canyon, what is the same language, or Chero, and your tin don't know, or being no care of pamphlet. We want more, one in a more, Aria man, Mamiro Lorrier, your Maria man of Miroquan. I'm here for a whoopal, me Polkare, me Tam of one the north. Maybe no carry bedi what it traumatized. I'm here for a locamea, can no wrong dog in locamea mulone. What amani no berbe. And then lopamea can no con keroni. There's a temporal benefit. Tell care to get a kanya company, one non business, what was applying, and it is very technical. And I'm here a long term benefit. You kill Borwa. Ma parki ene mere me jarka charbogi nyanya gi kona ngagini kel mo mati permanent benefit kanjene so anati legone ni wunu dokchen o dokchen diri maka o dugu o wat iwani long term benefit a chain more bed Borwa kan to the north tell kumbede byproduct pa and petrol product duongata a bit more ko ngole tung Borwa kanjene Chiel ki bole noya chielo bin kulu ka chielo dog kid gum Any benefit mangilo tien wan no. Ene man ene ma wunuti wa ne ba. Wan tien wa pege ba. Wa pege chente. Tek mo anan cha temo nen gene nena wen program wunu kerne mier wa tem ko registration kono bank kono insurance kono nga capital da bene be chak ya ba kan bene pe ena tigri ya ko nena we so mier ko den yo mo kira mier ko ker wan ana foya
Thank you so much for coming. Yes, about you're not there. Secondly, the thing that the Lord Mayor did say, that much as we are looking at the short-term benefit, we should also think about the long-term benefits. It shouldn't be only Noya and the other side of Bulisa. If you could have one in Noya, one in Gulu, in other districts, be much better. And then also, looks like the requirements for registration are also very high for other people. For example, somebody who is just starting may not be in position to have all those documentations. Thank you. The moderator is there.
Yes. You can talk.
Yes, I am Nokrach Emmanuel. I am Nokrach Emmanuel. I am one of the pioneers working as a field engineer at a service company called Koso Uganda at Kingfisher Development Area. My question to Unoc, I don't know if you can answer my question very well, but this would, I would really be pleased if there is someone from PAO who could relay this information to the ED and so on. Yes. My question is about the workers, local workers' remuneration disparity. You find that the locals, the service companies use HR companies to hire their workers. Now these HR companies are taking advantage of the local employees in that they end up earning like less by almost 80% of what they are meant to be earning. So when you come to the local community, someone expects you to be, you know, the oil and gas worker. But in real sense, you're being deprived of your privilege. Thank you.
My name is Livingston Okumulangol. I'm a journalist working within and foreign medias. My question, of late, Gulu University has given Noya district 200 acres of land to construct a petroleum institution. But since then, now, up to today, there's nothing happening. You are talking about that you wanted to employ or to recruit Ugandans from this side, but if you have built that institution, would you not be giving, instead of giving fees, would you not be giving hook to community here?
Okay, thank you. My name is Lawako Andrew. I'm from the East African Institute. I teach what you are teaching, public procurement and supplies management. When I heard about the workshop, I was excited. I wanted to know exactly what you guys are saying. So you have given us a lot of information that I will use for advancing my knowledge and to my students as well. So thank you for bringing the workshop to Gulu. May you please come again. Now, my question number one is that, what is the advantage of being a supplier database? As a supplier, after registering, what is the advantage of being a supplier database as well as being an applicant? So it shouldn't just be a matter of formality. You're talking about, also especially Proscovia, about the memorandum of understanding, about the refinery. So when will the oil touch the pipeline? There's a lot of statistics, seismic something, so many things. But for us, we want results as Ugandans. When will the oil touch the pipeline? Okay? Next, the issue of the opportunities. No, the legal framework. Where do we get the legal framework? The Petroleum Act, and also the Unoc policy framework. So that, as for us in academics, we're interested in those documents. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I am Ojok Holy Moses. Wait, just a moment. There's someone asking, then afterwards you can ask. Just a moment.
So thank you very much. I'm called Mary, and I am a woman. So my interest is cooking. This liquid petroleum gas product, did you bring it? How does it look like? Can I afford it? Vis-a-vis the price of charcoal, that is impossible. Can government subsidize it so that at least our lives can be bearable? Because you might be using firewood and the rain rains on the firewood. You cannot cook. So these are the challenges we are facing. Thank you.
Thank you again. I am Ojok Holy Moses. I'm the district vice chairperson of district local government. I want to thank Unoc for this workshop. I have a few concerns to raise. One, we believe in seeing all this that we are trying to say here in this room is a bit more theoretical. I wish Unoc would organize for a more practical tour for the business community to actually try and benchmark so that they are aware of the challenges and the available opportunities. Two, when I came in, I found my sister talking about standards. And today we meet to discuss on the available opportunities within the oil and gas sector. So when you look at the available opportunities, that I'm not going to talk about them one by one, you see that they all require standards. But looking at the categories of suppliers that the business community that you've invited for this particular workshop, I want to believe that financially it might be a little bit difficult to actually meet all these standards. One, to supply food items to the oil companies, you need to meet the standards and consistency. And with the weather, sometimes it is very difficult, more especially here in the north. What does Unoc have to counter the issues to do with weather so that we have continuous supply? Two, I wish you took us through the different categories of contracts. For there are contracts that we cannot even mention in this room, because the categories of people who will benefit, who are supposed to benefit from them, are not us at all.
So maybe you better take us through so that we know which one exactly can we take advantage of. An example I want to say one is the tier one type of contract. That one, very few Ugandans can benefit from that. Now, lastly, to our colleagues from the different districts in the Chole sub-region, as Noya district local government, we would wish so much that this oil benefits gets to all the parts of the Chole, and bearing in mind that this oil is not a Noya oil, it is not an Chole oil, it is a Ugandan oil. But of course, like people have tried to raise concerns, you live nearest to the toilet is the one who gets the smell first. So when Noya gets the smell first, I think that is the reason, the proximity to the toilet. Thank you so much.
Thank you. My name is Nixon Atemo, the City Commercial Officer. I took note on under community participation on 2 areas. One, on the collection center at Nwea. I wish Unoc can make this to be at the district level so that every district can have their collection center for the market within that district than going to Nwea. 2, the involvement of the bank. I don't know, in the discussion, it was not clear. We have heard of so many billions. Whether some billions has been deposited with the commercial bank, and if it is done, at what rate? We are having challenge with the commercial bank in managing the funds. Especially, I give an example with the GROW. Women are disturbing me a lot over the GROW fund and a different commercial bank. That when they go there, the interest rate announced by government is not implemented. Under Unoc, if at all you have deposited money with the bank, what is the rate and how much is available for our business people to benefit from? Thank you.
Let's take two or three more questions, then we close. Maybe those 2 and then the gentleman here.
Thank you very much. My name is Okelo Kuna. I work with the Chole Cultural Institution, Kekwara Chole, as the Minister for Information. I want to say one thing before I give my advice. Mine is basically advice. You will realize that the tone in this house is the same tone since this oil issue started. Because people in actually sub-region feel the information about oil is being guarded almost like with a RPG gun, that we are not informed. How I wish this kind of workshop is regular so that information is given to the community to avoid this misunderstanding. 2, I am equally surprised because I've been to the Kingfisher, I've been to Bolisa. When it comes to issue of the benefits from the oil, it is only those districts that are producing this oil. In Acholi, we have cried out for Unoc and government of Uganda to enroll the entire Acholi sub-region because Nwea is just a sub-sector in Acholi. Now that you have come for the suppliers all the way in Gulu, why not also the development as far as infrastructures are concerned. When you drive in Bunyoro, the roads are beautiful. You want produce from Machuri sub-region. You want somebody all the way from Gulu, all the way from Kitgum to supply the companies in the oil rich. How will they reach there? Because even Noya alone, the roads are wanting. Can we also do something so that the benefits as far as infrastructure, as far as local content are concerned, people from Machuri sub-region also get something? And finally, I also worked with Petroling. Petroling is one of the subcontractors with the Sinopec. The way these people treat the local content, the people they locally recruit from Noya especially. I was the community tourism liaison officer. I was trying very much to defend the rights of my people. And I ended up walking away because the way these Chinese work with the Wananchi is not something to desire. So if we are to benefit from this oil, Unoc as a national company, PAO should take interest in the plight of the Wananchi working in, especially with these subcontractors in the oil-rich industry. I thank you.
For la dit DG, Anma Belorone, Nia Kilonian of Fonya W. Stephen, a tier one come pa Dul Palongolama did me Gulu City. A Fuyu Matek, me Bino, only business men and women Magulu, a Fuyu Matek. A Fuyu Dulme Unoc, a Kashil ki Dulme Oil and Gas Company, Kashil ki Pau. The nation Mama Bino Kalakan, no food obey lock come Unoc, Kakan Jaltian Dana, don't do la deck. Magina po, Yabe Petit Yum to 12 piano, the channel put a log, Kijoni, Kikan, and Kikan want to yeri. Nika Chegam, Bino Chile, Chili sub-region, kitten. Mirawane and Bene, Ying Machaki, Oki, Eobeti Kingi, we're going to let Bepo you look and to 12. Lokama, chill, Mavilo, Elokum. Unemployment. Can give a woman and I can be Kujoki at the Uganda National Oil Company. And Mokane Benekumo, when no put Kwa and Uganda Chile. Chikachi or Chile Kitchilo mean teach. Tumbodwa, ya Chile sub-region, can you mean teach Bodo Kunwana, Ake Luenba? And Tijoki Munivene, Petit teach Wendong, Mirajo Mokwano can. Did you can't hear Mirajo Bepo Quano? So, any only benefit by ye, piano. Kachi waneno bene oil well bano kwa tie maditu bene ti abe kitum botlo kan chino be mira kichowa ye kumanko wando mira betie kachi waneno lokom industrial park makigiri bolisa gire no pingo piki giri noya ngompepe kenyo kiri ngokun kenyo tie madit mabe ne wachi ka kitimo gina chiro kumo bene no kelo don lobo be mo ke ken Bodo kan be industries be le pere. Chino po ke lo tij no bod bulua kon bulua gen pere ki tij ma tima. Ki lo kadang mo ken dok ti ki tenne. Ka che o che lo be supply piana ngin gina ne be no miro chenne. Chenne gerbe ti ye madung madul mo ken be ne ki lo chili kan gen po be ti o gina ne piana gina ne no ti tek. Barate miro penyu dul mi Unoc. Yeni ikin solis magyo egis or leasing dul palo ngala di magyo kwa ye kon check pagamento wajani kagyo mio contract nyogo betimos gyo mio kitij mo keken o mi ragen go considering dul palo ngolo na wa chelo betikin gi maje chok gino ko timo ki mo bay parliament kidon lo kado magi ke ene la ni chama mo bedo kanyi walo ni Gine en magione waydi un terminologies magione logoro tek balutua kapinyanga ya be tek so mira ni ngo mo kene go cho ile luo ki mo kene go Gyo choya pingi ka taj ma de tiano ngo. Maki poko wa ka jo gyo bino kido gen dok kere gen jo kwan ma be wa gen yang. Piano lok pi chawa no re. Well pin yang. Ki fo yo gibel ma tek. Nitin gyo bino ki interpreters ario pa def. Wo fu yu ma tek piano di chano biru per. Wo fu yu mi winyu kanyo afo yo.
Simon, you can please interpret, and we really ask the rest of the people who still have questions, write them down. We are going to have these two as the last ones.
Okay. Thank you very much, Madam Jessica. Ofonya Stephen is the chairperson, Gulu City Disabled Persons Union. He is happy to be part of the engagement again today. Last year, we had a similar engagement here, and he raised a few concerns. He's so happy that others have been taken into considerations. For example, we now have an interpreter for people with hearing impairment. Now they're included. That is a thumbs up to you. And then, secondly, when Northern Uganda is a post-conflict region, and people have not been able to attain the same level of education like the counterparts in other parts of the country. Do you have provisions for the non-educated people so that they are also able to benefit from the oil and gas sector, since this is a national, Uganda National Oil Company, meaning for all the Ugandans? Talking about the issues raised last year, about inclusiveness, also having people with a disability being part of the beneficiaries in the oil and gas. Do you also consider persons with disability when awarding contracts so that they are also a part of this initiative? And then maybe at some point, I think Paul should talk to us in the local language, at least now, because he's saying he wants to hear more of people from this region also as part of the employees of the employees in the oil and gas, especially Unoc being the government agency as well, because that way we would feel so much included. And then talking about the Kabalega Industrial Park that is set up the other side of Bolisa Hoima, don't you think it would be a good idea also to think about having something like that in a Chole sub-region as one of the oil districts in the country? Those are the things he said. Thank you.
So the final question?
For the one, and your job, Geoffrey, and the Timberian Damla Fuga. I'm here for a beautiful. I know you and Pengo, and all out here. Tama chen my wajo. I know that you're any peraj. Come with you, come with your day, get a chilling tibia charmo. Pending when you can be on baby, you know, book, can't pay your board game, baby no. Baby no, one will can't baby no. But yet, what you're the woman. Maria Lego journey on. What type of services? Magamirino, this business company, Joe. Mirun and the list on quality prisoner. And I don't know, Megay. Get the bill near Anua, Mega N. I'm a there. Guinea foot to a chair, good report in Jibotu. When you go Jim getting a bill, you may supply Mingo, me office, the new. But I'm supplying tire, cool, new. Jimmy, you're going down, bend down, bring it. Who's something real wang, what I now, well, real wang. Well, no, cabbage to well, no, cat, even to have Kalau, we're not down being it, down paying it. Good dog, ma, get but we're on your baby. You deal card, get on your deal card. You didn't work on your pay. I don't letting on, who no child school thing on, school dear, Tiquani Beja Kiguma. What will a bit paying? We're not, well, dear, per channel, good your one and foil.
For you, the 12 months there, Ologang, for you, no wing.
Thank you, Paul. Ojok Geoffrey is a peasant farmer. He has said so many things have been said here, but he wants to encourage us to first register And then the other things can be sorted after registration because it is already the first stage. If you are not registered, nobody will know about your presence. And he wants to encourage that the Chigumba Petroleum Institute, Unoc should also think about getting students from this part of the region, sponsoring them or giving them subsidized tuition fees so that they're able to benefit from this. But above all, he has encouraged all of us, the local farmers like him and some of us, to register, and then the process starts from there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think that is a good message to start. Okay, final question.
Thank you so much, all protocol observed. My name is Dennis Akena. I work with Marco General Motors. My question is going to come with expectation. If we'll see all the countries that are producing oil, or oil-producing countries all over the world, they are now highly developed. We can have reference to them. I've heard you talking on the benefits that is onto the suppliers. Our sister Proscovia talked about the GDP. Financially, our country is doing so badly. And my question now comes with expectation. Are we strategizing enough to meet the GDP that is ahead of us? Because if you look at onto the taxes on the commodities and all other services that we get as a country or an individual down there in the village, it's too much. And sometimes they are unaffordable for someone in the community. So our expectation is, how is Unoc strategizing to meet the GDP and also to develop Uganda as a country so that we could also compete with those of Nigeria, with Saudi Arabia, and we avoid repatriation of funds. You find most of our partners are coming from foreign countries. So that is my question.
Okay, thank you so much. I think that was the last question. So in the interest of time, I'm going to answer these questions and we'll have our last two presentations and then we can close. So Patrick noted that he hopes that as we try to support the reforestation, that we are considering indigenous trees. So the trees that we have planted this time around, the 5,000 trees, we've partnered with a company called Chijani, which has done research to see which particular indigenous trees can do well in the current conditions. And those are the trees that we've been able to plant. So if you had the trees that I mentioned, we are planting teak trees, mahogany, millennia, trees that are good for timber, charcoal, and will do well indigenously. There are no imported trees that are being done here. Then the education program. Now, like I said earlier, there are some initiatives. The same way we'll say that certain jobs are strictly for Ugandans, there are some programs that are restricted to the immediate community. And then there are other initiatives that are open to Ugandans at large. Now, there are some education programs that are run, for example, by Total, which are limited to the people who come from the districts in which the Total project is. So when they advertise such an opportunity, if you're from Gulu, you will not qualify. However, there are initiatives which are open to all Ugandans. So I request that you target those initiatives that are targeted to all Ugandans. Then someone asked around the employment and CSD, the Community Supplier Development Programs. So I will talk to some of the programs that we have done that we want to roll out to these areas as well. We are currently doing an agricultural development program where we are training farmers on best practices. Now, some of this is what we want to work with the district and cultural leadership to see that is forwarded on. Now, one of the things we noted, the things that limit our farmer participation, for one, you produce very little. And the only way that this can be solved is if we create associations and we work together. Ugandans, I think as a whole, we have been in a lot of competition mode. We are always competing with everyone. We need to step away from that and collaborate. Because if we are alone, none of us can be able to sustain an order from a camp. However, if we work together, if, for example, all the people who are growing, say, maize, come together and you ensure you are growing the same quality that meets the requirement, then when you're marketing, you market together, you'll have much better returns, you'll get much better value for your products than if you are working alone. So for this, I'd encourage that we try to also partner. In addition to the call for us to register, we need to partner. Then, one of the other areas around specialized groups is, someone noted, why don't we take people from Gulu to go and benchmark, see the oil areas? Now, before this week, we had to first of all do a check on the National Supplier database to see how many people are registered. Before the workshop we held last year, there was almost no one in Gulu, not one. As we speak today, there are only about 7 companies from Gulu that are registered. Now, when you are not registered, and I'll answer this along with the why should I register? To ensure that Ugandans participate, government made it mandatory that for you to be able to supply the oil and gas sector, you have to be registered on the National Supplier database. Because in some countries where these laws don't exist, these projects can be done without a single national supplying a single thing. Because the companies that are in the sector, for one, can afford to import everything. Are we together? They can be able to bring everything from maybe South Africa because they know the quality is good, it will all, or from China or from the UK. That's very possible. However, in Uganda, we said whatever can be bought locally should be bought locally. And one of the controls to ensure that it's actually Ugandan supplying is through the National Supplier database. Now, when we go on the database and we want to see which districts have expressed interest to participate in the sector, and you have 6 people only from a city, you find that if you'll go and consider another area which has a lot more people. So one of the things in line with that call for registration, you need to register. When we were looking for a place to hold a workshop last year, there was no place registered. So we had to even get special process to fast track the registration of Bomah hotel so that we can hold, because we can't even do a workshop in a place which is not registered on the supplier database. So even when we are coming, for example, to look for who can we work with in Gulu, the first place we go is on the NSD. And this doesn't just apply to only us as Unoc. Everyone in the oil and gas sector who is looking to do business with the community, the database they have of people who can supply is the NSD. So if you're not there, you don't even get an opportunity to be in the discussion. So what I'd like to call on you is to actually register. Then someone noted that there's a trend of renewable energy. Is oil and gas still relevant? Now, oil and gas has a special place. Almost majority of the products that we use come from oil and gas. Just that we have things like petrol, diesel, tarmac, comes from oil. The tires that we use, rubber, there are a number of different products that come from oil. So even when there's a reduction, for example, in the utilization of oil in motor vehicles and transportation, that is just one area of the multiple uses of oil. So for the foreseeable future, oil is here with us. And as a country, we are trying our best to make sure that in this time, we maximize that benefit to benefit Ugandans. Now, in line with that question around GDP, our economy is about a $60 billion economy at the moment. Government is trying to grow that tenfold over by 2040. Now in oil and gas, we have done our research. Every dollar we invest in oil and gas has a multiplier effect on the economy of about 1.6. So if we are going to invest about $20 billion just in the main upstream projects, upstream and the ECOP, that means our economy is likely to grow by about $32 billion. And this is in a space of about 4 years. That's significant. But us talking about the big picture of how the country is growing, when you, the individual who is seated here, you're not participating, it's not useful. So how do you in this room ensure that you benefit? Now, a number of us, we have talked about oil for a long time, and a lot of people thought these opportunities are beyond us, so they didn't do anything. As we speak today, 40% of the contracts that have been issued have gone to Ugandan companies. So there are many Ugandans who are there benefiting because they don't just sit, they actually go and act. So I want the people in this room to be among those ones who are going to say, we saw there's an opportunity here. What do we need to do so that we actually benefit from it? Then the question about Tanzania moving faster than Uganda, it's not that Tanzania is more focused. The pipeline is being built by ECOP, both in Uganda and in Tanzania. The pipeline as presented is a 1,443 kilometer pipeline. Of that distance, only about close to 300 kilometers is in Uganda, and the rest of it is in Tanzania. So the focus is that you work on the pipeline from both Uganda side and Tanzania side, and then you meet. So it is just an operational strategy. The biggest distance is in Tanzania, so that is why we are trying as much as possible to close that as we also move on the Ugandan side. Then on the request for the NSSF certificate, now previously, before last year but one, a company only had to register for NSSF if it had more than 5 staff. If you had 1 staff or 2, you didn't have to have NSSF. However, last year, government changed that even if you work for a small company, you're also going to grow old. So it shouldn't only be people who are working for big companies benefiting from NSSF. So from that time, even if you have 1 employee as a company, you have to ensure they also get Social Security. That's why now the NSD requirement is a must. Now, in terms of getting the PAU to support you, if your company is not yet at a level where it can get all these requirements, but you have the skill sets to be able to do the work, first register as an individual. Because they have that option of you register as an individual, you put your CV with what you can do. I'm a construction engineer, I'm an electrician, so that you can be contracted as an individual. Then when your company has grown, you also can register it so that it can then compete. But in the meantime, you at least do work as an individual. Then someone noted about the workers in the oil and gas sector not getting good benefits. Now that is something that I can at least attest that the Petroleum Authority of Uganda is actually working on. And what I request is, when these scenarios happen, please bring it to the information of PAU. I had the privilege of working with the Petroleum Authority before my current role, and I know that there have been very many interventions where the authority comes in whenever there is unfair treatment of Ugandans. So if you come across a case or your family member is going through mistreatment, kindly have them write to the authority so that it immediately deals with it. Because these projects are in Ugandan, and Uganda has to benefit from them. So I've answered the benefit of being on the NSD. Then we say, where can we find the, or someone asked about when will the oil touch the pipeline. Now, the schedule is we are working towards having what we call first oil by end of next year. That is the target we are working towards. And I think a lot is in place. So if you're a person who is evidence-based, if you went and saw the central processing facility, if you're able to see what is happening with ECOP, you can see there's real progress. If you were in Hoima or any of the areas where there are oil projects, 10 years ago and you go back today, you will not believe it. They've completely transformed. The same way, if as in Gulu, more than 5 years ago and today, it's a completely different place, not so? So let's keep really growing. Where to find the legal documentation? These documents are available on our website, which is www.unoc.com. If you go to our website, you'll be able to find the legal framework documents. You can also find them on the Petroleum Authority of Uganda website, which is www.pau.go.ug. So if you search for either Unoc or the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, you can be able to get access to all the legal documents. Then someone asked about LPG. Can it be affordable? So our initiative is, as we drill oil, we want to also ensure that we get the gas and make it available. Now, when we are able to generate our own gas, we are hoping that it will drive down the cost of gas production, which will make it affordable. So instead of you relying on charcoal, on firewood, you'll be able to use gas as a cleaner alternative, better health benefits. You no longer have to get exposed to a lot of smoke. So this is what we are working towards. So far, what we have started with education institutions, which are large-scale buyers, but we want to fast track to grow to a point where we now go retail, and we can be able to sell to different individuals. So the practical tours, I have noted that one of the ways for us to ensure that we are considered is by, of course, registering. Because the first way to show you're a serious person you want to supply, you have to be on the supplier database. Because even if I am, for example, to organize a tour for people from Gulu, they'll ask me which people. Who are the people you're taking? So you need to have, if their company is registered, you say, I'm going to organize a benchmark tour or an exposure visit for the people who have expressed interest to supply so that they can see what the opportunities are. So that would be the first step that I'd encourage you to work towards. Then in terms of categories of contracts, the contracts are mainly 3, but they are not very different. The categorization has just simply done according to who is giving you the contract. So they are what we call the tier 1 contracts, where you are directly contracted by an oil company. That is either us, or Total, or Unoc, or ECOP. So if you're directly supplying to Total, you're called a tier 1 contractor. Now, a lot of those contracts are big contracts because they want to deal with to minimize the number of contractors so they get a few big contractors who can also then subcontract others. Then at tier 2, the people who get contracts from Total, from Sinoc, from Unoc, from ECOP, they also subcontract. So if I get, for example, a contract and I'm supposed to provide, let's say, accommodation to Unoc staff, I will also have to subcontract elements to do. I may have to subcontract that such a person will cook for them, this other person will do laundry, this person will provide them with transportation. So the people who I contract are called tier 2. Are we together? Eh? Then those people may also have to subcontract. If I get a contract to move Unoc staff, I may have to also get someone to give me drivers. So those will be at tier 3. Now, as a person, you can look at opportunities across all those levels. Don't leave anything that these ones are too big or too small. Look for the opportunities, and then if an opportunity is very big, don't just give up. Look for an opportunity to partner. Can I work with someone and do this? So that you don't miss out completely. Then finally, the employees who are not treated well, by Chinese especially, please bring this up to the authority for action. You can also bring it up to us and we'll ensure that it's handled. At least I have been able to see a few people deported and sent back to their countries of origin just for mistreating Ugandans. So the same way, if you go to another country and you mistreat their nationals, I don't think you'll stay there long, will you? In the same vein, in Uganda, if you are privileged to come and work on our projects, you have to treat our people well. So if you're mistreated in any way, please bring these cases up and we will be able to handle them. Then the request for an industrial park in Noya. The industrial park which we are operating in Kabalega was set up because of the refinery. So that industrial park hosts the airport, which will be used to bring in materials. And then it will have the refinery, and then it will also host a lot of these other industries which take off the refinery. So one of the considerations around industrial parks is how can we bring together companies that do a particular thing. So that is something we may have to work on. Before you say we need to have an industrial park in Noya, what are the things that we can manufacture, for example, in Noya or in Gulu, so that we can qualify to request for an industrial park? Because these things have to be justified. The investment needs to make sense. Then contracting people with disabilities, yes, we do. And in our procurements, the law requests us to procure at least 15% of our budget in a year from differently abled people, women, and youth. So the only reason we may not do that is if there is no one. Are we together? So if you are someone who is differently abled, the law already favors you. You just need to ensure your company is known and you participate in these bids. Because we are mandated as a government agency or company to procure from women, youth, and differently abled people. So I thank Geoffrey or Jock for his call for us to register. So with this, I think we've answered most of the questions. I'd now like to invite our RCC to give us his remarks. And then after that, we'll hear from the Deputy Prime Minister. Let's give a hand clap as he comes.
We have Very good afternoon to you all. Yes, my name is Honore Ambrose. I'm the resident city commissioner. Most of you know me, and I want to request you to know me for saying the truth even where and when it hurts. I want to thank Unoc for coming, and I want to thank you for everything. Permit me to recognize our leaders from the cultural institution, the Deputy Prime Minister himself, and all the others. Permit me to recognize the RDCs and RCCs and assistants, whether present or absent. Permit me to recognize the business community, those who are doing well and those who are heavily indebted in the banks. Yes, because I have to recognize you, because you make a big contribution to this country because you pay taxes daily. I am above 60 years. And even if I don't look very, very old, I am old. I have been around for some time, and I feel that it is my duty to help those who are limping, to help those who may not have enough knowledge to achieve before I expire. The other day, I was put in a group of people who are advocating for an airport in Soroti. I mentioned something that was a reality, and they decided to remove me from the platform. And the people who removed me from the platform are academicians who are only on a theory. Theory. They are not practical at all. Theory. They don't know anything. They don't own land there. They have no idea of what it means to be a business person. They are not even asking that, who is this person they have eliminated? I have done business with my life. If I had not done business with my life, COVID would have taken me. There are a lot of things that have taken my colleagues because the business they did was not good enough. Life on its own is an enterprise. It is what? An enterprise. And once you fail to put your life as a business, you know that you have failed. A lot of things have been talked here, but each time I go to discuss issues, I accept to learn. I don't ask a lot of questions. Some people asked here that question was not answered. That I wish you had come yesterday. It means that many people did not know about the oil and gas industry. But we have got leaders. That's why I want to ask Unoc, next time you bring our members of parliament here, so that they tell us why, because when all the money that is being used by Unoc is appropriated by parliament. So how come that their subjects, the people whom they lead, whom they represent, they don't know? So where are they? Have I talked badly? Where are the members of parliament to come and tell the people that, excuse me, there are opportunities which are lying in Bunyoro, so that you also got there? When I was working in another area, not here, there were issues that used to happen that the leaders did not want the other people to know that you can actually get out of poverty. In fact, today, just because my Luo is not fluent, I would not speak English. I would speak Acholi. Because sometimes people, when they start speaking English, they get lost. They start thinking that they are in England. The people need to understand what we are talking about. getting everybody out of poverty. You know, we had very, very serious people. One day the president of Mobutu, of Zaire, Mobutu, he traveled to Mauritania. So when he traveled to Mauritania, he found the president putting on one suit, the next day the same suit, another, for 5 days. So he said, this president here, he doesn't even have money to buy what? To buy clothes. What he did, he got $5,000. As he was going, he gave to the secretary, you give the president. But you let him go to France there to buy suits. So he went. The next day, after about 2 years, the president, Mobutu, was somewhere in a neighboring country. Then he said, no. The president, you come and visit me. So when he went to visit that country, he found the same president. And as he got out, he found all the placards, thank you Mobutu, thank you Mobutu, thank you Mobutu, everywhere. The guy said, but why are you thanking me? I've just arrived. What have I done? Then the president said, you know, the other day, when you gave the $5,000, I built a school. That is the money you gave me for that school. Then he said, it is good to have very good leaders. That is Mobutu saying. But he was not practicing what he was what? He was preaching. He just, because of embarrassment, he said, it's very okay, you're a very clever president. But in Congo itself, the things were what? Were different. So for us as leaders, for us who are here, I want to urge you, when you go out, please, let us take this issue seriously. I'm in a WhatsApp group with my town council. 3 years ago, I told them that let us have subscription. Everybody to be on this platform, let him pay money per month. They rubbished me. They said, what's this old man talking about? One day, a truck crashed and we lost 4 people at once. We didn't have money to handle it. Now, then they said, but the other old man had said something. Now we pay 10,000 per month. Now, we have 6 million as a WhatsApp what? Group. WhatsApp. So what do I do? I told them, I want us to make our money big enough so that we buy one of the banks. We buy the bank. I want to buy a bank, by the way. I want to buy what? I want to buy a bank. And what am I going to do? We are going to grow. I have told them, go to grow, get money there. They give you a tractor, plow for people. Then we see, let the money grow. And I get surprised when somebody said, these financial institutions, when we go there, they change the interest. How? Anyway, you people from the city, this is my first time working in the city. But in the district where I work in the village there, anything that goes wrong, the RDC is told. And the RDC takes immediate what? Hey, but because you people know a lot by yourselves, that's why you suffer. How? When the representative of the president is around. By the way, in this room, I'm number 001. Are you aware? Hey, is anybody who want to argue with me? Is anybody want to argue? Now, the truth of the matter, there is a gentleman called Unoc who? There's a Unoc who said Deadpool register. He did not speak English. He spoke Aluo. Officer, that gentleman is one of the people who should, by any standard, benefit immediately from a government program without arguing. He did not speak English, but he said, let what? Let's agree on what? And register. Ladies and gentlemen, your problems will not be sorted out by a person traveling in a Land Cruiser. Let me tell you. Have you heard that one? That your problems will not be sorted out by what? In a Land Cruiser. A person who will sort out your problem, the very person who is moving with you on foot, putting on the shoes which look like yours. Are we together? When I read the opportunities, you know, I try to explain in another platform that you tell those people, you tell them in the platform where they rejected me that they are sleeping. When an airport is put in an area, there are a lot of, there is fuel, there is food, accommodation, the land the appreciates by itself, there is photocopying, there is insurance, there is what? There's a lot of money. So when I came to Acholi, and then I went to Kitgum, I asked, hello, where is the airport which was here? That they turned that airport into lockups. I said, oh my God. You turn an airport into what? Lockups for selling things of 100, 200. Oh my God. How? We used to use that airport when the war was there. It was very dangerous to move from Kitgum to Gulu. We would fly. Now, if you already sold the airport, tomorrow, when people, actually let me tell you, when there are visitors who want to visit Kitgum, they land in where? Then they go by road to? So, what did you have, you people of Kitgum? You sold yourselves at daytime. You know, nobody will tell you some of these things. But for me, I want, why am I telling you? I want to have a direct passage to heaven. Direct. So that when God comes, I say, I told them, they are the ones who refused. I will tell God, I told them. If they died of poverty, for me, I did what? I told them. Me, I've told you. And for me, I will always tell people the truth. I will tell them. Even the platform at home today in the morning, people are calling me, what's the problem? I said, no, I want those who don't have to learn how to invest money and learn how to spend. Because every time an old woman falls sick, it is us. When somebody dies, I said, no, let everybody be responsible. When I told them a few years ago, let's save some money, people don't want. They told us, let us be in groups. In what? Groups. For those who know how to peel matoke, you'll be there. I used to tell my tribesmen that if people undermine us, that we are toilet diggers, we are diggers of toilet. Let us dig the toilet so well that nobody can dig it better than us. Hallelujah. Hey, because if you think that you do the one thing so well, forget about what your neighbor is doing and forget about English. You speak the language that you understand. Are we together? My name is Honori Ambrose. I'm there as CC for Gulu City. And by the time when I have left Gulu City, it will not be the same. I refuse. When people disturb you, when you go to the bank, you come to me. You tell me these people are refusing me. Whatever, first of all, even when there is no electricity for 2 days in your village, you are suffering as if you are not Ugandan. How? You ask the RCC, what's the problem? Well, you don't have water for a week, and you keep quiet. How? Because you are in the city? Because you are called a citian? Let me tell you, there is money that in this country that you cannot finish. I know that there is a question which was asked. We want the money to benefit the citizens who pay the taxes. That is the long and short of it. We know that you do not have, you cannot control other things. But the most important thing for the citizens is that they are demanding for accountability. That is what they are demanding for. And they should only demand for accountability because the opportunities are there. And I want us not only to look at the airport. I want us not only to look at the airport. Let us look at the other options that are there. I've also told you that we have the logistical hub. We have the place for the passport office. It is here. But if I ask, how many of you have got passports? I see people coming in buses to Gulu to get passports. I see people coming here to register companies. How many of ours are registered? They are not there. I want to urge you, 250,000 to get a passport. You have it. An opportunity will come. These people whom you have asked that you also give us a visit. And you have to go to Tanzania. But the passport is not there. So how will you go? They may decide to take that Total itself as the company. May want to take you to France. Is it not France? And then they'll ask those who have got passports. The other day they were taking RDCs to India on a learning visit. They said, bring your passports. I saw 5 of them in Gulu city because they were not prepared. The thing is that just prepare yourself. You just be ready for the opportunity to come. Now, don't look at giving services at the other big. There are services everywhere. Even a small person. Let me tell you, I walk in this town. I see women, girls carrying porridge in flasks and selling in. If you go to Ayue near the Peche Stadium, on the corner there, there's a woman there every day. She takes her 4 flasks. I see. And I cannot even tell the law enforcement to arrest her because she's fighting what? Poverty. How? So there are areas for us as government also. We will look and see you doing something which is not so right, but we do what? We close what? One eye. But if you have got another system who's ready to close one eye as you make money, is that a bad choice? Now, won't you even pray for me that I last longer? Are we together? I told you I'm 61 years old and I don't want to go to hell. That's why I talk a lot. You know, when you talk a lot, even all the body parts react. Now, the business that we are going to do, which has been given to us, you will not be immediate beneficiary. We will benefit later. Let's work and have long-term investments. You ignore these people, whether they want to plant trees or they don't want. You leave them. You plant yours. Have you planted yours? But don't insist that these people, let them, it is their role. But you just do what they are doing without telling everybody. The day when you will be harvesting, like the way Kakungulu did, all the trees in eastern Uganda, Moyo, those Muvules, they are planted by who? Now, we are struggling that my tree, did we plant them? Those plants were planted by who? Kakungulu. Now, if his great sons came, can you refuse with that tree? And they say, we want to cut our tree for our great grandfather. Can you refuse to cut? Can you refuse them to cut it? You can't. So, let's work like Meta. Let's work like Madvani. You put something there. Even if you are not going to get the result tomorrow, let it be there. You are starting something small. Almost all the big companies in the world, even the multimillionaires, they did not start like that. They started what? Small. Now, Bank of Baroda was started by a few women. All these institutions started what? Small. Pride started as a microfinance. Finance Trust started as Uganda Women's, something like that. A few women. Now it is a financial what? Bank. Now, for us as the people who are in this room, what do we intend to do? Should I bring policemen and put them at the gate? Then I force you to register. Then we become one association. Or if you don't fear policemen, should I bring the UPDF? And then I say no getting out until we all become one person? No, I must not tell you to do things by force. Let us do things when we want, with love, affection. And then the other one, the secret which you do not know. A man and his wife, a wife and they must be friends if you have to be good business people. They must what? They must what? Hey, they must love each other. But most of you, if I said first give me your phone, then I give you the phone, then I say I want to talk to your first husband. Then as I pick the phone of the man. Then I call the wife. Then I say, sweetheart. The wife will say, hello, what are you saying? Because you have never told her, sweetheart, since after the wedding, the sweetheart disappeared. You must love your wife. Are we together? Hey, and nobody is perfect. The men are not perfect and the women are not what? Marriage is an enterprise. Are you aware? It's a business. And the business must always be refueled in the evening. You are aware? Refueled when? Refueled when? In the evening. So that by the time in the morning, the tank of the vehicle is completely full and nobody's arguing. Are we together? Did you understand that? And you men who always want to play those games that you want to go and watch football, let me tell you, football is played where? Football is played where? And you know the room where they play the football. So long as you don't play football, any other business is not a profitable one. Be a friend of your wife. Let your wife know that you are there for her. Be a friend of your husband. For whatever reasons, love your? Love your? Thank you for listening to me. Now, for those who will not take advantage of this opportunity, it may be very difficult for you to get another one. I understand, I know we have had wars, we have suffered a lot, but even in Japan, they bombed Nagasaki and Hiroshima. If the Jews that suffered, they killed a lot of them because they had a war. Now they want war more than anything, but they want war to protect themselves, not because they want awards. They want to protect what? So let's protect ourselves. Let's have money in our pockets. When you don't have money in the pocket, you call the RCC. Wherever you are in the market, call the RCC. Business community, you call the RCC. I am a master who teaches people to have money in their pockets, even if my pocket is not full. God bless you. You see, I'm a very good friend of the Cultural Union. And each time the Prime Minister comes, I make sure that I sit near him. And if anybody doesn't want to invite him in any place I first see, is my cultural leader invited? And he loves me as well. And today I have a very rare, it's not every day that I can invite him to speak. I have a rare privilege. I would like to invite you to talk and discuss with us in this training. Thank you very much. You are welcome.
Opo kong nyeri ba. Dali logo me yar yenge. I was telling them to thank you, RCC. I'm going to speak in both English and Luo. Is that okay? My name is Martin Okumu. I'm the Deputy Prime Minister of Kwaro Acholi, the authentic one at We Got. We Got Palace. I'm here to represent the Paramount Chief, His Royal Highness David Onen Achana II. I have only 4 points of closing remarks. But let me start first with my introduction, who I am. Before I came to Kekwaracholi, I had worked for 43 years at Radio Uganda, at New Vision, at IGG. I also worked here in Gulu, no sub 1, no sub 2. I also worked with European Union. I worked with Uganda National Chamber of Commerce and Industry. I worked with World Trade Organization. And I also served on the board of Transparency International representing Africa in Berlin, Germany. So that is a brief account of who I am. Now let me go straight to the points. How many of you are business people? Please, let me see you raising up your hand. How many of you are business people? How many of you wants to become business people? You are not yet a businessman, but you want to become a business fella. Only one, two, few. I can tell you, all of us, in one way or the other, we are business people. Because at one point in your life, you have sold something. You have sold something and you have also bought something. So, welcome, business people. Unoc, Uganda Petroleum Authority, has brought us here to learn business, not to complain, not to argue, not to ask questions that you yourself do not have the answers. Okay? Now, if you're a business fella, just know that oil and gas in Uganda is real. It is going to be there for so many years. I heard many people talking about Bunyoro, Bunyoro. Yes, that's where oil and gas was first discovered. The second discovery was in Noya. Oh yes, Emmanuel Katongole, the chairman board of directors of, I think, Unoc, declared it publicly at the Business Hub conference. That was supposed to be in Gulu, but it was transferred. It was in Serena Hotel in Kampala. He said the largest quantity of oil and gas is actually in Acholi. Oh yes, in Acholi. The Albert Graben, where they have discovered oil, stretches from Lake Albert up to Nimule. More oil is said to be discovered. The entire Kyoga Valley, has oil and gas, if you don't know. The entire Pien Upe Game Reserve up to Kotidu has oil and gas. The entire Lake Victoria has oil and gas, if you don't know. I got to know these statistics from Mr. Rubondo, Engineer Rubondo. Rubondo presented a paper to Uganda, to Uganda National, to National Planning Authority. He presented a paper to National Planning Authority and gave us the data of areas where oil and gas is surely going to be there. So, business people, it has just started. The question you need to ask is, what kind of business are you going to offer to oil and gas in Uganda? What are you going to supply? That's the question you should be asking, not argument. We want this, we want that, we want this. As a business fella, by now you would be thinking, what can I supply oil and gas industries? Unoc, Uganda Petroleum Authority, these are just institutions. But the real players of oil and gas will come in the petrochemical industries. That's where money is going to be. So what is it that you are going to supply? Uganda National Chamber of Commerce and Industry in 2014 organized the first oil conference and invited those who know more about oil from Norway. And what did they tell us? They told us the best thing to do is to prepare for the oil and gas industry. As a business fella, ask yourself, what is it that you are going to supply? Because in the oil refinery at all, in the oil refinery alone, there will be about 20,000 workers. And if these 20,000 workers decide that today breakfast we are going to eat omelette, and everybody needs 2 eggs, that is 40,000 eggs. Those who raise their hand that they are business people, Is there anybody who can supply 40,000 eggs to be crushed for breakfast? Raise up your hand again. None of you. We were told that yes, those oil executives, the oil experts, the geologists, the hydrologists, and what have you, they like eating what? African dishes. So it was single in that conference that luwombo, when Baganda wrap certain things in banana leaves, they call it luwombo. So if there are 500 oil executives who want to taste luwombo, how many of you in this room will supply 500 luwombo? Raise up your hand again. Leave alone that one. They would like side dish. And malakwang was singled out as one of the best side dishes. So how many of you can supply 500 barrels of malakwang? That's what you should be thinking about, to supply. There is cucumber. Cucumber has been discovered, the local cucumber, the yellow one. I see that woman in yellow, light yellow. There's a man there also with a broad chest in yellow. Yes, cucumber, the yellow one, the one we grow in Acholi. It has been discovered that it improves mental health. It improves the brain. So those in oil and gas executives would want to eat cucumber, the yellow one, for their dessert. So how many of you will produce oborokwe? Werjuni ku bang pian ke waji yubu adamgi ngunu tige wunadi. Ukono ke waji juma chamu kono mada tutwale man manuang akono man nyok. Wero pay winyu prostate cancer. Unadi mauromo te do kono nyo yupu kono tingune terune. Ilchi malokong. Yes. So meno any ye jimi mamiero o jingi kumwu beta tamone where is supplying. Eno ke tamene ha one ko luteno wa pegi choigi I oil and gas. One ko wa pegi shares. I pegi shares do. Piantiene ni pege. I pegi chiente. Nano wa. Ma wano yubu conference chani. Jume total wachi where I bid ki shares a chelekan. Shares a chelekan. I total. Miriket. Million a shell. Pe me Uganda ni ba? Pe wigonya. Ento made dollars. Per United States. So wunu bedi nim kakany mawe wun. Lubi achara ni gin mutim mada bitenyu kwede ipoini eni ye uchak actually oil and gas suppliers cooperative. Ilu chingu malo. Uchak wunu actually oil and gas cooperative. We are ngarman tigu kwana chiel, ngarman dok tigu kwana pa, money tigi mia chiel. Chi olo bame olora chi. Chi otero supply. Ka olo ngari tigi porongo nyime ma pero kwe ye. Olo jogo ka wonu tim mia bi. Olo ramo juma mero muoto kwe ni. Mene kina mero tem. Aneni Egypt tigi refinery cherwe Piara Beach. Bene pegitigi moko. Endo Egypt ikum refinery Piara Beach. Wek supply peo kino chori, wek supply pe kino chori. Dano weng matimo biachara kunu tie I cooperative. Me supplying the refinery. Mene gina miro tape. Uchi nge kumu. Kita RCCO wa ini numero kiket. Achikari dogyo kakany. We are pay our car, cacham, we pay our money, for registering a wang. ena ye benge ye mini wuchene ka utie upong nim I cooperative. Ena ye insurance company ye konyu no ngene lidung. Ene bene ki ye mini wulon meti mujim mabeju ka utie li nim. La bon eno bibal muchao. Ah, until a business. Oh, until a business. Business is chilling at Mamu can a bank account. But a pair of serving interest. It took me to Quanya Chana can. Mama to go ye bepe. Mena ye gin mamiro team at that. Locamario, any oil and gas. Kino Uganda, Mwadum chok yara deck. Angate. Penjandum kikini, Waichawa oil pay out car whopping on. Oil Rio don't do. Udog Runio. Urido Carmeno Pingo. Ginaga mente wero care eneni kagile morgue prudence, diligence, care, and being meticulous to avoid oil costs. President in Riakba, President me Uganda ni. Yo weri kagwata Museveni Riakadada. Tero jemine mot, pien mito bedmulil, pedako balnye, pedako baljeme Uganda. So kitika tero ne mot weko bedmulil. Wek dana me Uganda. En jo wagi age Unoc, ge ako gene Uganda petrol mono ti ye. Jale ni mono. Igni wen cholwe. Ucholma wigu lore chalo megani. Ucholma ungu nyan chalo ani. Ene gitiga ti I oil company ni. Pingo ke meti Unoc ki yubi. Dana me Uganda. Me berugi ngej. Meti kunu. Ginu kene machuli umiru tampiere matur. Ene ye ulegu wunu ka rumuchongu pintie rumchongu weri bur Oil and Gas Institute matie I gene gombani. Buremu kene ubin olokeri Gulu University kan. Wegola chuli ubegenge I oil and gas. Mena ye we uli lipe. I share to you but jumengo. Jumemo. Piano jibu pe don yata. Ujibu jumangi cholo atpamartie. Pe moi mata. Kachako kwanyu. Ujibo kun pe ngi tiye. Ineno. Menu ginami rotem. Ulego wunu. Weri bur ke gomba Oil Institute ubet kany doka ki chweli kunu bene ma yin la tin kwan ma cher ka kwan kunu kwan mai liel mach kat pen ma dong petuk tuku bene gina ti eno gani ya lok mer cha di a chweli pe ti kunu ki ngo ti ni ning mai ti mi ka mar ko iteko ya wara ngata itwan la ming mo ma wi dia da Teach me mato kon chwa dengo a chulung kum ki waja deda lo tiena chulung pe mirbeti cha duju mia ini bora ma cha duju ngami dugi ngeng cha duju in pe bora o miero I makti ka tiu ma tekchi bilu gina koni agi o jibu me oil and gas ni la bon ene wormiri ba ya ineno ka chene karo ke ngeri kire ineno ka lomane ke kuma chogine ma mar malibu karo ke ngeri kuma ineno ka mutaka mulil mo karo ke ngeri kuma ineno juma no ruke mo ma petuto karo ke ngeri in miri duru tui kila wing mata mene kina mier waji ye kumba penoi la beru ba penoi la beru uberu nge enuni penoi la beru toto ale bulu kamu agane ti pieda kabi udu gere pinga ilsi for recognition pieda kabi udu gere pin yes itimu ngogo gwalbari maktiba upu porro yen joni biro cham jume oili ngi chamo der neno chalo jali chani wiulil ma rienya miru cham Inen wa icharu cham ide. Yes, icharu cham ide. La bon chatu gi mo ide in pevi no gi mo. Oh yes. I was giving them your example. You look executive, you look neat, your face is shining because you are eating. Let them supply oil and gas industries with good food, good quality food. Watimo experiment. Kachelgi the oil and gas. Ilog mengo technical school. Watimo experiment. Experiment enuni any menyang technical school di Uganda. Madongu tere. Mechwalo lutino mati oil and gas industry. Experiment ne wakwanyu gina chelega. Welding. Welding. The oil and gas industry, kitimu welding gi machine magilo laser. Ma iratata pedunye. Liel ma blue. Pian peke miti wa chugulu don kunu. Umir ke welding gas, ke welding remote pipe ke welding ma wa pi pe karogi. Wano ni chukul piarangwen. Uganda kakany chukula chele ken nakawa vocational training school. Ene gitimu training laser welding. Mukena ni weng irubeti tu. Mukena ni weng no atata me winyu ke goyo nyonyo bir tang tang tang. Mukena ni weng chilu me ye. Lo oil gino manu balo gino do. Man balo kilu wa macho do. Manu gino o ata mo o ata idi workshop. So Nakawa Vocational Training Institute majaika me Japan any yo utim equipping. Any yo qualifying kene. Ko la yibite ko ge ko ngo ge ko kit gum technical ge ko ka long nging wen ko nyepa. You know? Mena hegin ma no. Ma obet ginge ka o meti lutino uchi America go welding again. He won't be a chara called wheel laser welding machine. And we'll be paid $1 again, $1 Aliva beach. $1 Aliva beach, ka won't do I won't be a char canny. Ujogo Shan, wrong way look enun. Lokame dek, Madong Cherbega Giga, any ke quara chuli. Kin came apart na Uganda, apa we are bero. Majo me oil and gas guye. Nigi ti kwegi, gamene bo ye, nigi ti kwegi. Mana ye ke kwara chuli mati registered, dok beneti gazette. Kai pegi kine, kai pegi rudi, maki liyo mo, ke radi kumi, kapegi wiri. Wek lo atata. We won't lo atata. Pe obeda bon lo. Pian ke kwara chuli ti kinjuma don kiye. Nika oil lo carmel tap due ma bero. Gen dong ichako no gina gilo royalty. No one dong oberu merge bonyo le muok. Pian royalty no dong tiga donyo. Yana jo kene chai wa kinini do binenu. Kira wa pale kere di ping. Kira dong wa logo mai mora. Menu gina ke yeti mo en. Ento. Gen wa to kamale. Siana neme yobo ariat. Siana neme yobo chukul. Siana neme yobo jime chalu chukgi. Siana ne mekelu wele. Makuni binu kaneno ping ya chuli. Chiaro nena ru. Chero neno guaragoro, chero kamagi nerelu sa den remo ko jildo irwage gina ngagini menu eni ye chiene enuni bidonyo ka kenyo pe tiara ta pe tuma ta menu gina ti enu don watigi gen rumu be chong wa piny watiga lega nika twere o kato wo dwe ma di e dwe ma biro ka ka ruwa le tap pasena chel no pi cultural institution weng me Uganda ba weng me Uganda menu ginu bitime ma one cultural institution wo biti ma tek weri dano wogu yo pe ben ma be lo kama giki eneni lo Unoc ko il chingu malo if you're from Unoc raise up your hand for recognition. Unoc has agreed to help actually plant trees. And we are launching tomorrow. We are launching tomorrow at We Got Palace. It is going to be launched. We are also going for the field launch at Patuda Village in Paicho, where they have already planted 5,000 trees. We are rolling out to all chiefdoms. Kai ai ganke ka in Latin ke il chimalo. Piani ke mini kori koriyan ma pera. Ke mini siente me doite yen enoni. Ke mini siente me poko wang mach puge ti duma ini peroni. Meno lo Unoc, Jume Uganda Petroleum Authority are going to sponsor. Diri we jimu de ke kwara choli petuto. Juma ge luo gidong tie. Ne menu choge mamar malivo diri ge beru kuno ke diero peto yen bodgi. Hein? Ke pero yen million adi. Million pierangwen. Pierangwen again million pierangwen. Ite ke ma pat. To solve environmental problems, to solve environmental challenges, we are going to plant trees. That is very important. That will be our major contribution to the climate. We are operating on what experts from Cambridge University say net loss, net gain. That means if you cut one tree, you plant two more. If you cut 100 trees, you plant 200 more. That is what we are going to do in Acholi. So you are already benefiting. You are already benefiting from oil and gas. Jome Patuda village diri mere yom chunyeken. Ki echero ki goy wala rara kunu. Ki echero ki nyono wa gine ngo buola kunu pian ruiru bicher kunu. Ruiru no diri tigi kanyi. Nano ke merki chen. Nugu beti pia. Ineno ka launching tree planting. Unoc for Unoc ba. Jone nyang mo mapetu. For Uganda Petroleum Authority. For Jume Ecop. Joni tiga ti mo ti wole rak be mo mapetu. Donc be man lo tieno mateno ke ken. Gitigi ngej made tu ye. Legi bugumba. Roba konyu.
Let's give another hand. Thank you so much. And usually when the big drums sound, what happens? When the big drum sounds, you don't add. So the advisors come through, let us act, let's be different. Let us take away from this workshop, even if you don't do anything else, choose one thing you think you can be able to try and deliver and start to make progress towards that thing. Are we together? You've seen the petroleum authorities here. Even after lunch, reach out. They can be able to help you to start your registration process. The process is online, but they can help you to start. Are we together? So with those remarks, I don't want to stand between you and lunch. I want someone to volunteer to pray for us as we close, and also bless the lunch we are going to have, and then we can call it a day. Who is going to volunteer? Okay. Please.
Let's pray. Father God, we want wonderful opportunities in this land. We thank you, Lord, for whatever you deliver to us in this land. Father, as I bless.
Thank you very much. And as we close, I'd like to say thank you. Thank you for coming. Thank you for spending your day with us. We hope that it has been valuable. And at this point, I'd also like to recognize the teams behind the scenes, because getting this done requires a lot of work. So I'm going to request the Unoc team to stand up, and we give them a hand clap for putting all this together. As well as all our different service providers, you've been amazing. Thank you so much. So we are going to have lunch just downstairs. I'd like to invite you for lunch. And then if you have any questions, the teams are still here. This here is Simon Peter, in case you have. So those of you who have who would like to start your NSD registration today, he's going to be right here to help you on that journey. So thank you so much, and have a very wonderful afternoon. So there are 2 serving stations as you go down. There's one in the Muyembe restaurant, and then there's one in the restaurant just below us where we had breakfast. Oh, let's do one group picture before we go. Maybe let the team advise us on, you come to the front, we do one group picture. Yeah, with everyone here, please. Come and we do a group picture.